7 in the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Just search Fox Sports Radio on the app to stream. Radio is one of your presets, just like the presets on a radio dial. So be sure to preset Fox Sports Radio in the iHeartRadio app, and it will always pop up at the top of your screen.
Sometimes you can't get to everything in the world of sports or entertainment. Good thing the guys are here to bring you in case you missed it.
And for that, we turn it over to our executive producer, Lee Delap.
A good morning, everybody. Good morning, LeVar. Good morning, Jonas. Guys, in case you missed it, let's head to Canada, because that's where everything's going down. How about Alberta, Canada? What was the golf course? Deerhorn? Hold on. I had it right here. Red Deer, Alberta, Canada, where a fight took place that went viral online on the golf course. Yeah, little fight.
Let's hear about it.
Little fight time. It is being investigated that former Florida Panthers enforcer Nick Tarnasky was in an alleged fight with a fellow golfer on the course, and if you look online, you can find it easily. He makes short work of the guy. Have you guys seen this?
Well, the guy was running his mouth, and he challenged this dude to a fight. He was significantly smaller than him. He sounded like he had been drinking, but, Canadian, so he wanted to throw down. And this guy just wore him out, ragdolled him, hit him multiple times, and he fought like a hockey player.
The enforcer ragdolled him?
Oh, yeah. And he fought like a hockey player, to where you could see him grab the guy's golf polo
and just start pulling him down to the hand. That's one thing I love about hockey players. They know how to pull that face down to the hand.
You got like one hand.
Push him in the lake first, by the way.
It is it's great. Yeah, he threw him in the water, and the guy
did he really?
Oh yeah, it's great.
Dang.
It's great. But I mean, it's another example of
bang.
Watch who you run your mouth to. And there's some people that just don't get it. They just want to try, guys. It's like, all right, man. It's like you ever seen somebody get bad road rage?
Somebody road raged me the other day. Literally like 2 days ago, there's a guy that cut me off. We end up at the stoplight. I had my windows down. I like him having my windows down, listening to music. He cut me off, and he starts cursing me out. I was like, hey, bro. This ain't the type of trouble you want. He was cussing me out. I was like, hey, man, go ahead about your business. I got that burner right next to me.
Damn.
That thing, get out that car if you want to.
Damn.
Just scuff you up. I'm not getting out of this car. Anyways, but you're right. Like, you got to be careful, because you don't know what people got going on these days. And I'm not trying to get out the car, and I'm not trying to get hurt.
Yeah, it's.
So I'm gonna hit you with a kinetic round real quick.
You got
just so y'all know.
You got to be careful.
Oh, that's LeVar. I got to get to him before he gets to me.
Lee, what else we got?
Well, in case you missed it, Angel Reese has beaten Caitlin Clark. That for the cover of the NBA 2K WNBA version.
I think that's a topic we might need to tackle that topic. We might need to tackle that topic.
Yeah.
Good job, Angel.
No.
Yeah.
Psych.
Why not? Come on. Yeah.
Psych. I was just joking.
Really?
I don't know. Maybe that might be a topic worth discussing.
We are Fox Sports.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox, and if you're looking for your next job, you know it can be a lonely process. Let Express Employment Professionals be your one connection to finding a job that fits. Getting an interview with Express can be as easy as a phone call, and with just one application at Express Employment Professionals, you're in the running for numerous opportunities in your community. Job seekers at Express Employment Professionals rank Express best of staffing in 2025 for helping them find a job. Find your local Express office today at expresspros.com.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, faucets, vanities, doors, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a member? Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. Tune in to Vern's On Deck show 1 hour before first pitch. Plus, your chance to win Royals tickets during the pitch clock, following the game, or on your way home from the K. Listen to Vern's postgame show with sounds from the locker room, plus your calls and texts. Miss the show? It's available on demand with the All Things Vern channel on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Mama, what does the chicken say?
Chicken. Oh, okay.
And the wolf?
Oh, a wolf. Ooh!
What about the tiny dog? Cat? Owl? Dolphin? What does the turkey say? Whale?
Whale sound.
Do the giraffe?
Giraffe, really? Okay. Giraffe.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right.
Visit NHTSA.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you two of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Hey, Kansas City, it's Dusty Likens, and in case you didn't already know, I'm here to tell you that you can watch all the shows here on 96.5 The Fan across all our social media channels. That's right. If you want to see our smiling faces as we talk about the best sports fans and teams in the country, subscribe to our YouTube channel or watch on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. Wake up with us, eat lunch with us, and go home with us. Your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Trying to put sweat in the bathtub. Trying to put sweat in the bathtub. Trying to put sweat in the bathtub.
Your headphones working over there?
Trying to put sweat in the bathtub.
That's what I did last night after that 466-foot piss missile. I know that I'm hard. Kagleon, you better believe it, man. You talk about stuff taking off.
Trying to put sweat in the bathtub.
So as I know that I'm hard. Somebody tweeted me and said I can hear the best drop in the world. I know that I'm hard.
Oh, man. Happy Thursday to all of you. From all of us here at Fesco and Dusty, McMorey, Bob Fesco, Dusty Likens, Royal Sweep.
Trying to put sweat in the bathtub.
Dear God, what a home run that was. Oh, by the way, here it is.
Balter delivers, and Kagleon blasts it. Deep center field. Cruz is back. He looks up. It's way out of here. Jack Kagleon's second home run at Kauffman Stadium is a moonshot to dead center.
What a moonshot.
466 feet. 110.8 off the bat. Whoa. A two-run homer for Jack Kagleon. The Royals lead 3-0 in the bottom of the fourth inning.
Moonshots are to the moon and down. That ball was an absolute piss rocket.
That was a laser shot of 466 freaking feet. Who was the one? Was it Judge a couple of weeks ago when we were sitting out there? Oh, yeah, that was like, all right, Aaron Judge, hold my beer. I'm going to show you how to blast one over the wall. But, I mean, what a shot for Jack Kagleon. And having two in a row now, hopefully he's kind of getting back. And this is why we said on Monday, you don't send this kid down. You're not going to learn anything by going down to the minor leagues. And people were pining for it and wanting, you to be sent down. For what? What reason? To go out there and face, rum-dum pitching instead of, facing the Pirates and the Mets and everybody else that's at the big league level in the next couple of weeks. He'll learn at the big league level. And boy, he's realized some success. And I think that's important for him to see the success and to know that, okay, I can do this at this level. Because I think if you probably asked him about a week ago, it was Strugglesville, USA for him and not knowing how to handle things and not knowing what to do. And now he's able to break out of it. That's a great sign for all of us involved. And then Salvi, too. And I want to praise Salvi because 2 home runs last night in that ball game for Salvador Perez. I mean, how impressive is that? He's getting closer and closer to that 300 mark. I'm getting more and more excited. Yeah, he's washed. Give me more Superman Salvi games like that, baby. Like, it's good to see the man with the C on his chest go out there and blast 2 home runs. And it's even better to see the text line wanting to trade him this morning. So, those are the bizarre takes that people are having right now. But we get closer and closer to that 300 mark. Like, that's the thing for me this year. I want Salvi to get to that 300 mark this year. I want to see him do that. And last night moved them. He's got now 12, 13 homers on the season, and he's just a couple now behind that 300 mark. And so it's fun to watch him hit those home runs and get closer and closer to 300 and really assert himself as the next Hall of Famer and the second greatest Royal of all time. And then you got Jack Kagleon hitting home runs last night. That's how it's supposed to be, baby.
Yep. I mean, Salvador Perez threw 2 home runs last night.
I saw a stat where he's got like almost 70 first pitch home runs as a Royal, like doubles second place.
70 first pitch home runs.
It's like 60, high 60s.
That's insane. First of all, that somebody's counting that, but that's like, everybody always says like, take a pitch. Let's see what the pitcher's got. What if that's the best pitch you're going to see in that at bat? I'm not a big take a pitch and see what the pitcher's got because he may just be tossing one up there and you're like, damn, I took that pitch. I got to whack it, man. Let's go.
Let's go.
Got to whack it. So before we dive into the Royals, because we'll do that a lot today, we'll get into a Bobby Witt stat. We'll get into a name that people have seen on Twitter that they think want to come to the Royals. I don't think that this guy should be anywhere near the K, but we'll get into that.
And I totally disagree, so that'll be a good topic for us.
But it's always Bob, man. And I said this to him in a text yesterday, like whether it's the airport, whether it's the DMV, Bobby still got it. Or if today, or I guess yesterday, the next episode of Fesco Your Enthusiasm, it was the post office.
Yeah, the post office yesterday. So we went yesterday, had to get the kids the passports,
Took 3
right?
minutes of him to be at the post office.
Well, I mean, we were there almost an hour yesterday, I think, by the time it was all said and done. And it's no fault of the guy behind the counter who's a big fan of the show and then started talking to me. And Jen's like, would you just please do the passports so we can move on, stop talking Chiefs or whatever it was. But shout out to the Olathe post office out there on like 138th and Black Bob or wherever we were yesterday, getting the passport photos taken because you got to have the passport photos for the kids. Both parents got to be there, blah, blah, blah. Because, I guess people
do they have to have real
things.
IDs too?
They do not because they don't drive. So they.
I thought one of them drove.
Well, yes, but not officially driver's license. It's your restricted license and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, they'll have real IDs, I'm sure, when they get their official license. But so we did that. We go there and we're in line and we're talking, and the guy's like, "Oh, are you Bob Fesco from the radio?" I'm like, "Yeah, that'd be me," And he's got like a Derek Thomas rookie card there and a Russell Wilson Denver Broncos card and things of that nature. So we're talking, and all of a sudden, boom! the hell happened? Turn around, this guy passes out in line at the post office. And everybody, of course, runs over, to make sure that this guy's okay. And, called 911. Like, it was really cool to see the way that, the general public came together to help this guy, right? Nobody knew anybody in that place. Nobody knows who anybody is. Nobody cares about anybody else usually. It's get me my stamps, get me my package. I want to get out of here. I'm done, right? This guy goes down, and somebody's calling 911. Somebody's got, a mint in their pocket. Somebody's got a granola bar. The other person's keeping pulse, the whole thing. It was unbelievable to watch the display of humanity come and try to save this guy. And he ultimately gave blood about an hour earlier, 60-some years old, and ended up being dehydrated and passed out. It was very hot yesterday.
That makes
and
sense.
I was telling Dusty, I got this 32-ounce water bottle. I drank 6 or 7 of those yesterday. So I can't imagine what it's like to be a little bit older out there in this heat. And so God love him. He's out here giving blood, doing his community duty and whatnot, and in the post office. And thank God he hit this display of packaging, and it saved him from hitting his head and bleeding out all over the place and whatnot. But I mean, it was a scary situation at first because you don't know. And then he went back down. Oh my God. Shout out to the Olathe Police Department and EMTs. Those guys and gals were there in seconds, man, to help this dude out. And it wasn't ultimately nothing serious. And of course, my wife friends his wife on Facebook, and we got 3 mutual friends, that kind of stuff. And it just ended up being dehydrated and whatnot. And ultimately, he's fine. But, man, it was just such a scary, scary thing. But it kind of makes you proud a little bit to see that humanity's still there in a good way. And everybody ran, to help this guy and whatnot. And so, it's just, Dusty's like, it's always you. I'm like, yeah, no matter where we go, it's like something happens. But, sometimes it's good to be there, to be part of that, to see that there's still good in the world. Everybody's running and helping and doing all that kind of stuff. And the response time from the Olathe Police Department, the Olathe paramedic, I mean, it was seconds, it felt like, that they were there. Usually when you're in a situation like that, you feel like, oh my God, it's taking forever. Where is somebody? And they were there immediately to help everything out, and he's going to be fine, I think. And
they brought him a nice chair to sit.
Yeah, they did. They brought him a nice chair. Somebody did with wheels on it on a floor, tile
hard
floor.
Tile floors
they
on
roll it here.
Yep.
Sit in this chair. Somebody's like, it has wheels on it. It's going to fall.
I had a 5-minute conversation myself about just the chair. They were like, "That's bring the one out that's got the little arms on it." That you just
stationary.
Yeah. So he's on the hard floor, and the paramedic guy goes, "I hope you like a hard bed." Because you're going to be in that thing. But I mean, it was just, it was wild. And so he's going to be okay. And then I'm walking out, and this guy comes tearing into the parking lot. Fesco, love the show. I'm Chris, man. So shout out to Chris this morning for pulling into the parking lot of the police department, the post office yesterday, and giving us a shout out. But man, I tell you, every day it's something else that goes on, and you see this kind of stuff, and it's unbelievable to me. It really is. I'm getting to the point where everywhere I go now, something's happening. What the hell was that? It was so. But the good news is he's fine.
Good.
I mean, thank God.
Seriously,
but seriously,
scary.
In this heat, though, man, if you're giving blood, make sure you stay for an extra 20 minutes, eat some Nutter Butters, and get all that kind of sugar back in you, and make sure you're hydrating yourself, man. You got to drink water constantly in this heat. So,
electrolytes too.
Yeah.
Electrolyte packets are great nowadays.
Yeah, just go get those liquid IVs.
Yeah.
Those Lynch IVs.
Yeah. No, that's true. The Lynch IVs will work, man.
You get one of those, or if you're feeling lightheaded and you need a little boost in your day, just...
Because he's JAC!
Chris is in the text line this morning.
Yeah, he is.
816, Bob, it's good meeting you yesterday at the post office.
There he is. Way to go, Chris.
Heck yeah, that's awesome. I think there's a little hope in humanity, too, that people were nice and came together.
Another text in the text line is from John. Says, Bob, you're not going to tell the real story. The guy cut you in line, you hit him in the face with your fist and said, bang, bang.
That's what it was.
No, I made that up. That's all me.
That's funny. Yeah. But you could see that at the post office. I mean, the line was long. I was surprised. I'm like, how many people are still going to the post office, right? I mean, it's not... When was the last time you went to the post office for something? It just doesn't happen a lot, I feel like, anymore. This line was out the door. There must have been 10 people in the place.
Yeah, you asked us, or when's the last time? I said, I think it was 3.5 years ago when I had to change addresses. That was it. I mean, that's the only time I've ever had to go there. Or to pick something up that I wasn't my house to get, and yet it's something that's a signed package.
Right.
Yeah, I had to go there. And then one time, for some reason, I think UPS, one of their safe portals was CVS.
Yeah.
And I had to go to CVS to pick up something that was like an expensive package that I had to sign for. And I was like, why is it CVS? It's like, well, because.
Yeah, because they have deals with all these companies now.
I was like, all right.
Kohl's has a place you can return Amazon stuff now, too, get you in the store and, doing all that kind of. I think they do. I don't know if they do anymore, but they used to. I know Whole Foods has got the deal with Amazon where you can do all that as well. UPS and FedEx, they got their things going on.
Did you guys ever Instacart?
No, I never did.
I
never did.
My dad's a big Instacarter, but
just doesn't like going to the grocery
I
store.
like going to the grocery store. I don't have any issue with it at all. I love going to Hy-Vee and
I
going
like
up
to go to
and
the
down
grocery
the
store
aisles.
before I go to the garage. I don't like to go to the grocery store after the garage.
Yeah, right.
The hell do we have all kinds of Pringles for? I don't know. They don't do flavor.
Yeah, but you never go grocery shopping hungry. I mean, the best time to go is right after dinner, when you're full and whatnot. But no, I love going. I never wanted I'm very picky about produce and stuff like that. Like, I want to make sure I get what I want, So that's why I've never done that.
Because he's JAC. That's right. We'll talk about that, man. We'll talk about DJ LeMahieu and another crazy Bobby Witt stat that defends why he's the best player on the planet. You're listening to Fesco and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
What's up, Kansas City? This is Jonathan India here, and you're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Dusty Likens. Summer is about feeling your best, and Heartland Men's Health is about making you feel your best. More energy, more time outdoors, more time with the one you love. But if erectile dysfunction gets in the way, it can quietly steal that confidence. Remember that first time that you failed in the bedroom? You just laughed it off, and then it happened again, and then again, and then again. And then you found out, well, maybe I have a problem. Maybe these pills I'm using just are working okay, but they could be better. There are a few things more wonderful in life than intimacy. But when erectile dysfunction harms intimacy, it can have a devastating effect on your relationship. So go see my people over at Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if a medically advised test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you are like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas; Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit; and their new office in North Kansas City. Call them today at 844-447-6600 or visit them at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875 fixed. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. Lock in this incredible 4.875 rate and get your cash in as little as 14 days. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tiger, Dragon, do you have what it takes to win? Be fierce like the tiger, strong like the dragon. Only the brave will survive.
Yeah, that's not how these games work. With Tiger and Dragon from the Kansas Lottery, you can win up to $125,000 or $100K in a second chance drawing.
You are weak.
Ouch. It's not a video game. It's better. Play Tiger and Dragon instant games from the Kansas Lottery.
Let's play.
Yeah, that works. See kslottery.com for details.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Peters Clothiers, Missouri side 70 eastbound, a little sluggish past Prospect over towards Truman, getting into a construction zone where you're down to one lane. This week only, go to Peters Clothiers to get half-off suits by Jack Henry. Choose from many colors and sizes. Peters Clothiers, 124th and State Line. This week only, Jack Henry suits are half off. Come in today only at Peters Clothiers. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
Center field. Back goes Cruz, away back, and gone. Perez. Salvador Perez, second home run of the game, his third hit. He now has 13 home runs.
That's right. Closer and closer to number 300.
Yep.
Is one Salvador Perez, 13 home runs. The Royals are starting to hit the ball well, and they're starting to hit the ball well at home for some actual statistic stuff. So Salvador Perez, 13 home runs. Pasquantino, 15 home runs. Bobby Witt Jr., 13 home runs. Kagleon now has more home runs than MJ Melendez, Kevin Biggio, Hunter Renfroe, and Mark Canha combined.
Combined, yes.
So,
combined.
with four.
Yeah, four. Yeah. He's got four,
so,
yeah.
Low bar.
Hey,
but hey,
so
man,
what?
It's working. I like it. It's been fun. But Bobby Witt Jr. is doing something to prove once again that he's the best player on the planet. And I know there's people out there that are like, oh, man, he ain't no Aaron Judge. You're right. He's not. Aaron Judge ain't no Bobby Witt Jr. because he does things that you just don't think about all the time in modern-day baseball. Chicks dig the long ball. We get that, right? We understand that that's what sells. We talked about Jack Kagleon's 466 piss missile that he hit last night because it sells, right? Like you see, I don't know if you guys saw the side view of it when he hit it and they showed Cole Reagan's face. That looked like a kid seeing a superstar for the first time in his life. That's a grown-ass man who's seen home runs hit off him, and he's seen guys hit home runs, and Cole Reagan's face even did that. But Bobby Witt Jr. last night got his 25th stolen base. He now has 31 doubles at Leeds Baseball. He has 25 stolen bases. 13 home runs. He's on pace again to have, maybe not on pace, but he could have another 30-30 in home runs and steals. But again, he's now had in 4 consecutive years, 25 stolen bases and 25 doubles, something that we've never seen before.
Yeah, except for one guy that I've never heard of in my entire life from the 1800s. And I'm like Darby somebody or other. I've never heard of this guy. Darby, what was it, Darby O'Brien or something
Darby
like I mean, I don't know.
1890s.
Yeah,
literally.
like that's how far you have to go back. I always say the greatest thing. Pre-World War I.
Well, history didn't start till 1950.
I mean,
you're right, my bad.
World War I was like 1919. This is like 20 years
prior.
No, I know, but I mean, like, it's almost Civil War.
Yeah.
So
about the same time.
It's
right
about
in the middle.
right in the middle of when the Civil War ended and World War I
30 years
began.
from
That's how long ago we're talking. Jesus.
Well, that's AD.
Well, back in the Civil War times.
Everybody was getting drunk on peach schnapps.
Seriously, 18.
Crazy.
Like, you did the math. It's like basically 30 years from
right
each.
in the middle.
I mean, like right there. So, yeah, a little closer to WW1 than the Civil War, but there were Civil War veterans wandering around those games that saw this gentleman do what he did.
That's crazy.
And now here we are where there are no more Civil War veterans, I don't think, watching Bobby Witt do what he did. Big gap in between all of that. But, I mean, that's baseball in a nutshell right there. Let's go back to 1899, see some Civil War general being honored at the game, and then see this guy go out there and hit a double named Darby. You know, and I'm sure he's wearing bloomers and, you know, ripping tobacco off the block, you know, just chewing on it and all that kind of stuff. And he may have been smoking at second base back in the day. So that was baseball, baby.
Yeah, they didn't have an oven mitt in their back pocket. They just had a pack of Lucky Strikes.
Yeah, they did.
And an oil can to drink out of, right?
Yeah, oil cans.
Yeah, that's
oil
right.
can Lou.
Yep.
Gosh, man, it still just baffles me that he didn't get the starting role at shortstop for the American League All-Star game. But again, whatever. But no, Bobby Witt Jr., man, like I get it. Like there's all these things that you have, and like now that you're seeing him have a supporting cast the last, you know, at least the month of July, right? What are they, 7-2 in the month of July? They played 9 games. It's July 10th. They have an off day today.
I can't believe it started the 10th of July. Where the hell is this month going?
Christmas is in a week.
Crazy.
I mean, my God. Seriously. I mean, Jesus.
No, it's, you know, and that's what's great is that when you have other guys around Bobby Witt Jr. pulling their weight, like Vinny Pasquantino, who's been as hot as magma since May. And then you have Kagleon ever since he hit that home run and that set, not ever since, it's been 2 games, but he hit that fly ball to right. And you kind of thought maybe this is something that's going to get him going. Last night, hits that screamer over the batter's eye, and the Royals win in a back-to-back nights on walk-offs.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
It's one of those things. You won in the 13th inning last night. You won in the bottom of the ninth the night before. The night before, your bullpen was rough until Estevez got in there, got his save 2 nights ago. Last night, Ursig, 1 inning, clean. Estevez, save number 25.
Yeah, and it's going to happen. Guys aren't going to be clean all the time, dude. It's like people want these relievers to be perfect all the time, and there's going to be nights where it's not going to happen, and that's why you have to have a good team to pick each other up. And so they were able to do that. But I think today's a good day to have that day off. You know, you just got that sweep. All right, let's calm down a little bit. Now we got the Mets coming in right before the All-Star break, and you got to take these next 3 games seriously if you're the Royals, because they are meaningful games. You don't want to give back everything you just gained by beating up on the Pittsburgh Pirates, right? You just don't want to be this team that goes back and says, okay, here you go. We're going to give you all the wins back because the Mets are coming into town. Now, the Mets have a doubleheader today. They got rained out yesterday. They got a doubleheader today. They were supposed to play a day game in Baltimore and then get here by about 5 o'clock this afternoon. That ain't happening because they got a game at 5 o'clock now this afternoon. So the Mets are going to be bitching and moaning about all of that. So the Royals need to kick them in the nuts right away early in the game on Friday and take advantage of that because, you know, the Mets are going to be, we had to play a doubleheader and all this kind of stuff. It's the All-Star break. This is the perfect time to get the Mets, man. It really is to me. The perfect time to get the Mets coming off a doubleheader against the Orioles. Who the hell wants to play in Baltimore this time of year? Because it is as humid as you could get. And then you got to fly to Kansas City, play tomorrow night, and you got the All-Star break right there. And most of your team isn't going. I think only 4 Mets are going to the All-Star game. So they're all looking forward to the break. This is a great time to take advantage of the Mets being kind of in that funk. Go out there and take 2 out of 3 from that ball club this weekend.
Yeah, Royals 46-48. If you can sweep the Mets, my God, you'd be game above 500 going into the All-Star break at 49-48. Win 2 out of 3, you'd be 48-49. You'd be 1 game under, right? So, I mean, you're right where you kind of want to be going to the All-Star game with a chance. Again, still 13.3% to make the postseason according to Baseball Reference. But look,
how much? What was it?
13.3% chance to make the playoffs, 0.4% chance to win the World Series. But there's a lot of stuff that is important right now because you went from everybody, myself included, when they had that, you know, horrible ending in the series before the Pittsburgh series, where you're like, man, sell it, whatever. I'm just distraught. They should have just whatever. I'm done with it. To where now all of a sudden, last night Chris Bubich was good, but he wasn't great. But you picked your pitching up, right? It was 3-3, and then all of a sudden you went 4-3 in the 13th inning. But Chris Bubich last night didn't have to be 8 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 9 strikeouts, right? Like 5 and some change, 6 strikeouts last night was good enough, and he had enough offense to support that. I know he didn't get the win. Ursig got the win.
Well, when it goes to the 13th, odds
right?
are, you pitch the first 5 or 6 innings.
Right.
See you
so
later.
there was, no complaining for me. But now you have, where you look at this team as a fan and you say to yourself, okay, if they can take 2 out of 3 from the Mets and go, what would that be? That'd be 5-1 on your homestand before the All-Star break, and you've won 7 out of 9 games in July. You'd go 9 and what? You played 9 games so far in July. You got 3 more, so you'd have 12 games. You go 10 and 12 in July. Before you go into the All-Star break, then all of a sudden JJ and Q and Sherman have a big conversation during this break and say, okay, boys, what do we need?
Yeah.
And the first name we've seen come up is DJ LeMahieu.
Yeah, he was cut yesterday by the Yankees.
DFA'd,
Yeah.
owed $22 million.
It reminds me a lot of back in 2014 when Raul Ibanez was cut by the Seattle Mariners. And, when he was cut by the Mariners, the Royals immediately called Seattle and was like, what's the deal here? Is this somebody worth taking a chance on? And the story goes that the Mariners said, yeah, he's still got a lot to offer, just not with us right now. And I'm not looking to add DJ LeMahieu because I think he's going to be the end-all, be-all, the guy who's going to save the season, and from a hitting standpoint. I look at DJ LeMahieu more as that leader, that Raul Ibanez type of guy that came in 2014 and told these guys, hey, man, you're good enough. You're badasses. Let's go out there, and teams don't like playing you. Let's go out there and let's kick everybody's ass, and gave them that kind of kick in the pants that they need. DJ LeMahieu has now seen this team for the last couple of years, has been in the other locker room when they're in the postseason against the Royals. And, yeah, the Royals didn't beat the Yankees in the playoffs, but those were not easy wins for the Yankees. Those were hard-fought wins. And if you can bring in DJ LeMahieu to kind of fill that role that Raul Ibanez was in 2014 and just give these guys a little bit of a boost and have no expectation whatsoever on the table, just give the guys a little bit of a boost to have that veteran presence in that locker room who reminds them that they're damn good baseball players, I think it could have that same type of effect that Raul Ibanez had when he came here to Kansas City. So that's the angle that I'm looking at from this one. A veteran bat, you don't have to rely on him much, but can come in here and be that guy, that kind of voice of reason that's seen it all, that reassures these guys that you got some good things going on here in Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not, in my opinion, something that you need. I think you have enough of that veteran sort of presence in the locker room. Your captain, Salvador Perez. You have your pitching staff in Waka and Seth Lugo that kind of know how to be those leaders. And this team, essentially the entire team that's rostered right now, minus a few that have been called up, they've been there too. They know what they need to do to get there. They know that they have that. And DJ LeMahieu really doesn't have a spot of need on this team, because I understand the veteran leadership type of role. I understand the Raul Ibanez thing.
Mm-hmm.
Raul Ibanez was still at some point hitting for power. DJ LeMahieu, I think, has a 266 average. He has 5 extra base hits.
Yeah, I'd like to go back and look at what Raul was doing that year. I don't think it was a whole heck of a lot. I don't know that he was again. I can't remember what he did, but just from a leadership standpoint, that's where I look at it. Every once in a while, you kind of need that infusion of somebody different. And it's like when you're a kid and your parents tell you not to touch the stove. It's hot, and you touch the stove. But somebody on the street tells you something, you tend to believe them more. I'm experiencing that now with my children. I tell them do this. They don't listen. Somebody else tells them the same thing. That's not their parents. They're like, oh, okay, this is the right way to do things. And so sometimes I think having that different voice from a guy who's been around the block resonates a little bit differently than, people that you have inside the locker room. Chiefs seemingly did this every year, for a while with an old school like defensive tackle or defensive end. They bring him in towards the end of the year, give him a little boost to the ecosystem, if you will. And something like that could lift these guys to show that, hey, it's a minor move, but it shows that this front office believes in us and they're not going to go out here and tear this thing down. And adding right now sends that belief. And that's what they did in 14 and 15. They added, and all those players would tell you that was a big jolt for them, because you just mentioned the record, potentially 48 and 40. It's 97 games. We're 100 games into this season. It's Groundhog Day, okay? We need to change some things up a little bit, get some fresh blood, get some fresh voices in here. And if we add to this and we give you resources and we say, hey, we believe in you guys, we're going to add, we're not going to subtract to this, I think that goes a long way, because I've heard it from players that it does go a long way when ownership and management shows that they have the faith in you.
Yeah, the Ibanez thing was a little different. By the time he came to Kansas City, he was 42 years old.
Yeah, so 34.
I think it was more of like a coaching type of thing. And he was still playing. Had 5 home runs with the Angels that year, then 3 more with Kansas City. So 8 home runs in that, but it still was hitting like below 200. But I think that was more so like Ibanez was kind of getting a kind of a fill-in substitute role to see what he could do as a manager. Then he would obviously go over to Houston and, all that. I think it's where
he was retired after that year.
He's retired. No, that was Beltran that did the Houston thing. But, and a lot of people thought maybe, Ibanez would be a manager in the future for the Royals as a possibility. But I think that was kind of his role, was like, okay, can I do this sort of thing? Can I work with player personnel? Can I be a voice of, not a player, but still, I'm wearing the uniform that they're wearing. I'm blending like them. Whereas DJ LeMahieu, obviously the Yankees are able to like DFA people whenever they want because of the roster availability and who they have on their team and what their record is. But I just think that if he comes
and the ability to pay him, because he's still owed $22 million
being getting DFA'd, so the Yankees will pay for him wherever he goes. It's a free player.
It's a free player.
He's not someone of need when it comes to what the most important thing for this Royals team is, and that is production with a bat. And yes, Kagleon has been hot for the last couple of days. You hope that he's kind of found that groove, that he kind of has that Nick Kurtz awakening, where all of a sudden Nick Kurtz is hitting grand slams, in a home run every other night, has like 16 home runs already on the season. Kag's now with 4, and if Kag can get hot, you've kind of added that bat. And don't look now, but Carter Jensen's starting to give the Royals enough on tape to where it's like, okay, he's also crushing AAA baseball.
Where's he going to play? You don't have room for a catcher at the end right now,
No, but I know everybody loves Freddie Fermin, but how much do you love Carter Jensen as well?
I love Freddie Fermin more than Carter Jensen because I know what Freddie Fermin has done at the big league level.
Sure.
Carter Jensen has done nothing at the big league level.
And that's not the argument that I'm having.
No, yeah.
I'm having, what do you want for this team? Do you want a productive bat? Because right now, Carter Jensen's bat is 15 billion times better than Freddie Fermin's bat.
Well, we don't know that. We thought Kagleon's was too, and he came up here and hit 140 until the last 2 days. And so I'm not, at this point of the season, I'm not willing to rely on another minor leaguer to come up and see what he can do in this situation. If you're going to push for the postseason, which I think they are, I think you still need to go outside the organization and get a legitimate major league bat. I'm not in the mood for another minor leaguer to come up in this type of season. Now, if they got swept by the Pirates, yeah, I'd consider doing something like that. I would have no problem with that. But you kind of got yourself back into it right now. Now is the time you have to look in the mirror and say, all right, where are we going with this thing? Are we going forward or are we not? And if you're going forward, Carter Jensen's not your answer. It's going out there and getting a veteran major league bat. And that's where these guys make the big bucks. They know what to do. They find the bats out there and they go and they make the trades. And that's what I think needs to happen with this ball club.
Yeah, and those things will be available. Those things will come to availability the more as you get into the All-Star game, because as the Royals are doing the opposite of what other teams are doing, some teams are realizing, hey, by the way, this is the end of our season. We're going on a break. We can put our heads together, try to revamp our team. Whereas the other teams like the Royals and what JJ will be doing this whole entire break, which will be busy. He has got a draft on Sunday, got a home run derby on Monday, which I'm sure he doesn't have Bobby in it, so he's not going to be locked into that. All-Star game,
How long is the draft? Is it 3 days or 2 days?
Good question.
Thank you.
But no, it's it's one of those things. So we'll see where the Royals go. This is JJ's time, though, right? You swept the Pirates. It's not your fault the Pirates are bad. You've got to win games. Your back was against the wall. I don't care if it was the Pirates or if it was the Rays or whoever. You got swept by the A's and the Rays at home. Now you're 3 games out of the wild card because you swept the Pirates. There's only 2 teams in front of you, right? You have to jump teams. Mm-hmm. You did that with this sweep. It doesn't matter that it was the Pirates.
Right. No, you took care of business. If they would have lost, though, then we'd be like, oh, God.
But you didn't. You don't have to worry about that. Now you're 46 and 48. You're 2 games under 500. I believe the only teams in front of you are Boston, Seattle, and Texas, I think. I don't know. I could be wrong about that, but it's the standings in the wild card. I'll pull those up real quick. But that's the thing about it is that you have to do these things if you get put in that position. Like, if you were 5 games over 500, you could afford to lose 2 out of 3 of the Pirates. Mm-hmm. You weren't 5 games over 500. You were 7 games below, and you had to sweep the Pittsburgh Pirates. You did that. Now the Mets come into town, so you still have probably some disbelievers out there that are like, oh, yeah, Pirates, congratulations. Let's see what they do against the Mets. You take 2 out of 3 against the Mets, going into the All-Star game, 1 game under 500, and all of a sudden this team starts buying players and trading players for the run of the postseason, then yes, you're going to have a lot more people involved with this team, and you're going to see things kind of develop more of what you want. And so you look at the wild card standing, yes, Boston, Seattle, Tampa, New York. New York, Tampa, Seattle hold the wild card spots. You and Boston are the next 2 out. You're 3 games behind Boston and Seattle. all those teams that were above you are now below you. And yes, you are in second place in the AL Central, but that division is over because the Detroit Tigers got
best team in baseball.
They got 60 damn wins, dog.
Yeah.
So,
Did you know the Astros are the second best team in baseball?
I believe it.
I mean, that's insane to me. They're like 55, 56 wins right now, and this was not supposed to be a year for the Astros to be any good, and they're sitting at the top of the standings right now. So there's some good teams, in the American League. It just happens to be the best one is in our division right now, and that kind of stinks. But it is what it is, right?
No doubt.
You got to figure things out. If you're a playoff team, you're a playoff team, regardless of who's in your division.
I think baseball figured things out with the addition of the ABS system and the All-Star game. It's going to be fun. But this was Tim Kirkshin on why players don't want robot umps.
Well, the ones that I've talked to and others in the game feel like the players don't want the responsibility and the accountability of being in charge of a challenge on a ball or a strike, because they worry, do I know the strike zone well enough in order to be in charge of a challenge? And what if I challenge in the second inning and we lose a challenge? I had a major league manager tell me this year that in spring training, he thought the overriding point was that most players realized the umpires are better than they think. Meaning a hitter goes, there's no way that's a strike. And then they run the replay and it is a strike. That's my feeling, that a lot of the players look at it and not sure they're confident enough in their understanding of the strike zone to therefore be in charge of a challenge system. They want somebody else to do it for them, but the manager can't do that, and the manager shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah, well, know the strike zone then. And if you're not sure about it, then don't challenge the call. It's pretty simple. It's not, that's just a stupid line of thinking by the players. They're not sure if they know the strike zone enough. We're not talking about every damn pitch being challenged here, right? You get one a game or something like that. And I got to experience in spring training. I think it could be the greatest invention that we've seen in our lifetime in sports, the greatest change in sports, where you're able to challenge a ball or a strike in a big moment like that. I think it's very important to have the ability to do that. And just because some players are saying they don't know the strike zone doesn't mean we don't put the rule into place. Learn the strike zone. Figure it out. I mean, like that's where the game is going. We're evolving. We're moving forward. And I think the players are probably using this as a little bit of a bargaining chip with the collective bargaining agreement expiring after next year. And there's already talks of lockouts being had. I was reading something yesterday. The owners are very steadfast about having a lockout after next season. Fine. The players are going to use every bargaining chip they want. But I think this is great for the game. Do not hold back, players, because you may not know the strike zone or don't feel that you know the strike zone. If you don't feel you know the strike zone enough, then don't challenge the pitch, but don't prevent others from having the ability to challenge that pitch.
Yeah, what's the most popular sport in America?
Football.
Okay, what did they invent? The challenging of the referee's call?
Yeah.
Right? And I know that this is more kind of like on strikes, right? Balls and strikes.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, how many times, do we see a challenge where, like, yeah, the referee missed it in football? Like, oh, his foot was past the line of scrimmage. Actually, go back and check that out. Oh, it wasn't. Okay, yes, momentum can be there, but you're also taking momentum away of where it didn't belong.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, what a strike, can be seen as a strike or a ball. We saw it with the Yankee series, right? Jazz Chisholm was up. They thought that it was a strike. It was not called a strike.
Right.
And then it unfolded for the Royals and folded up nicely for the Yankees.
Yep.
Unfortunately for the Royals, being a fan of them, it hurts. But being for a fan of the Yankees, you're like, whew, glad they weren't able to challenge that.
Yeah.
Just like in football, it's like, I don't know if 2 feet were in. How many times back in the day did they get some things wrong because they thought there was only 1 foot in when really there was 2?
I mean, we have the ability to get it right. Let's have the ability to do it.
You have to evolve.
Yeah.
People don't have the yellow pages anymore.
No,
they have
don't.
Google search.
Yeah.
People don't have phones on their wall anymore. If they do, it's because they haven't moved. You have a cell phone.
Right.
Right? You don't have house phones. You evolve with you have to evolve with the game.
Right.
The pitch clock has worked. The Ghost Runner, at least last night, 13 innings. That's probably the longest Royals game we've seen in over 2 years.
Yeah.
13 innings.
One of the longest games in baseball, 13 innings.
And so, like, you have to evolve with the times. And I understand that, like, the umpires are a union-based organization and they stick together. They don't want to lose their jobs. But also, who's saying they're going to lose their jobs?
They're not losing their jobs.
That's the thing.
They're still calling balls and strikes. This is like 2 pitches a game.
They took her jobs.
That you get to challenge. And once fans get the opportunity to see it, they're absolutely going to
It's
love
great
it.
in minor league.
When
Gold and I went down there to watch it.
Oh, so you got the experience of that down there. It's awesome, isn't it?
It's great.
It's
and
the
there's
best.
nothing better than when the team against you challenge the ball to strike and they show the replay, it takes 5 seconds.
5 seconds, if that.
It lasts longer than me, and they show it on the screen, and all of a sudden everybody goes, oh, it was a strike, idiot, get back in the box. Or it was a strike. Oh, damn, okay, nice.
Yeah.
And to be able to recognize that, I don't know, it's just, to me, it's something baseball needs. I think people will like it because
people will
change.
love it. Not one fan will complain about this, and there's no reason to complain. Oh, it's going to delay the game. No, it's not going to slow the game down at all. It doesn't slow the game down at all. It's going on when the pitch clock is going on. You tap your head. They show the replay on the jumbotron, and that's what the umpire makes his call off, and we move on. It's no big deal.
I'd comp it to tennis because it's the same thing. You're looking at one ball on the line or not on the line. It's not like football where you're looking at a million things. It could take 2 minutes because we're looking at this guy and this guy. No, where's the football? It's one thing. Tennis is not slow.
They introduced VAR in soccer.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Like, is it a goal? I don't know. Well, all I do is check to see if that ball goes past that line on the screen. Okay, it did. Goal.
Sweet.
Sounds good.
Or you're offsides, the VAR stuff.
Passed? Okay.
Now, the difference is baseball is quick. Some of these other sports take too, like the NFL takes way too long.
Because they're looking at 17 different things.
It's too long.
We're looking
in
at the
NFL.
line. Is it on it? Yes, strike, no ball.
Now we gotta go back and check out the time of the possession. What's the clock at?
And all that. Where is it spotted?
Was it on the right hash, left hash?
His knee was down, but where was the ball? All the stuff.
All that stuff. Yeah, it takes way too long in the NFL, and that's what people have in their mind about. Like, MLB replay is not long at all either. That's lightning quick, but we all are products of the NFL, and everything that happens in sports, we base off what we see in the NFL or what the NFL may have done, in that type of situation.
Mm-hmm.
And so here we sit like, oh my God, we can't have this because the NFL replays take 17 hours. No, in baseball, you can have 4 innings done by the time an NFL replay takes place, and that's the other dirty little secret. Baseball games are about 2.5 hours. NFL games are 3 hours, 5 minutes. Baseball games finish a lot quicker than football games.
No doubt about it. Coming up, speaking of the NFL, those Washington Commandos, they released their new uniforms. And so the NFL decided, let's just rank home uniforms for the NFL. Where do the Chiefs land? We'll tell you on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fesco and Dusty.
Whoever that bozo was doing the armpit fart thing, come on, man.
Catch Royals insider Josh Vernier every Monday at 8:20, right here on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
All right, I'll tell you what, my friends at Underdog are now available to use in the state of Missouri, and you can go yard all baseball season long with Underdog's Champions Game. And Underdog is a leading place to make all of your sports selections, and you can now play in the state of Missouri. Millions have already won billions making plays on Underdog. Will you be next? It is simple. I like playing on the Underdog app. I like combining entries from multiple sports into one selection to see how I can do. But baseball's hot right now. And to play, all you have to do is download the app and choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats. And you can choose from things like home runs and strikeouts, total bases, and so much more. And once that entry feels good, you can play with as little as $1. And if you get everything right, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. So get the Underdog app now. Download it and sign up with the promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit with promo code BOB. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See underdogfantasy.com/web/deposit-match-terms. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights. We can reawaken any space to make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
The wait is over. The new Omaha Steak Store is now open at the Fountains in Overland Park. Shop now for 50% off store-wide and enjoy delicious doorbuster deals starting at just $19.99. Join us July 26th from 1 to 3 p.m. for our grand opening celebration. The first 500 customers will win autographed Chiefs gear or tasty Omaha steak prices worth up to $199. Plus, enjoy free samples and snap a pic with Casey Wolf or the Chiefs cheerleaders. Stop by Omaha Steaks at the Fountains in Overland Park today.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Member Week is here at Lowe's. Don't miss your chance to get up to 40% off hundreds of items like paint, tools, home essentials, and more. Shop our exclusive deals happening in-store and online now through July 18th. Not a rewards member? Join for free today and get ready to save more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Gear up, race fans. Sioux Cup IndyCar Race Weekend is roaring into Iowa Speedway July 11th to the 13th, featuring the only NTT IndyCar Series doubleheader weekend on the 2025 schedule. Sioux Cup IndyCar Race Weekend has become one of the most anticipated and action-packed events in racing. Tickets are going fast. Score yours today and get ready to feel the rush at the fastest short track on the planet. Visit IndyCar@Iowa.com for tickets. Sioux Cup IndyCar Race Weekend at Iowa Speedway, the ultimate summer racing event.
Hey friends, it's noisy out there with information coming at us all day, every day. It's hard to know what to trust, and the world of wealth management is no exception. That's why UMB Private Wealth Management helps you tune out the noise and tune into what matters most. They'll create a financial plan based on your unique goals, so it's your voice that comes through loud and clear. Get financial clarity. Go to umb.com/privatewealth to schedule an appointment. That's umb.com/privatewealth.
Royals coverage sponsored by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
Whether you're a DIY enthusiast, a contractor, or business owner, Metal by the Foot has the perfect solution for you. Located in KC and Topeka, online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 70 westbound, heavy into downtown from the Paseo. 71 northbound, slow into downtown from 18th Street. Eastbound 70, very slow from Woodland over towards Truman, getting into a construction zone with just one lane getting by. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Mac Morey, Bob Fesco, Dusty Likens with you on a Thursday. One more day till the greatest day of the week, which is a Friday. Love them. Never want them to go away. We talked about this on the other side. The NFL started to rank uniforms because it's July 10th. And what else could you possibly think could be champing at the bit for content for the NFL? But this is actually a very tough list, because there are some classic, sexy-looking uniforms that these teams use at home.
Yep.
Number one on the list is Atlanta. It's dirty. The bird, the red helmet with the black falcon with the jersey outlined in red. It's nasty.
Pretty good.
Denver's throwback with the orange and the blue helmet. I hate the Broncos, but I love that uniform.
I love that uniform.
Jacksonville can get bent. I don't like that uniform. I get it. It's kind of sexy with the green and the black and all that sort of stuff.
They're not old enough to have a throwback.
They should just keep them.
Yeah.
If I was alive in your throwback, it's probably not old enough.
You were alive for that
I
one?
don't know, but it's right around.
Well, Jacksonville came out in like 95, I think. So you were not alive.
But it stayed around for 5 years that I was. You know what I mean?
But I just feel like Jacksonville, they just showed up yesterday. Like, you shouldn't have a throwback at this point in time.
New England's home
They're
jersey.
fantastic.
They're the fourth one, the red with the white helmet. They look great
Pat
in the
Patriot
snow.
on the helmet, man.
Yeah, down
they
in the
do look
three-point
great in
stance.
the snow.
Yeah, when Brady had that first half where he threw like 5 touchdowns in the first half against Miami, and I think Randy Moss had 3 of them. They were in the red jerseys, disadvantaged to anybody else other than New England. A blurry of snow in that game, and all you saw were red jerseys going down the field. Nickel and dime in that defense, which they normally do that on defense, not offense. Miami's are always going to be sick.
They always look the same to me, though, and I know I'm probably different on that. Every time I see a Dolphin jersey, I'm like, it really isn't any different. It's just like a little bit different tweak with the Dolphin, maybe.
I just always loved that look. That seafoam green with the white.
Yeah.
Always makes me think of Dan Marino and Ace Ventura. Isotoners. The Kelly Greens come in at 6th.
They're my favorites.
They're nasty. They got to be number 2 or 1. I mean, I know Atlanta and Denver I just gave the case for, but the Kelly Greens are nasty.
Spectacular.
Even though we all agree, F the Eagles.
But still, their uniforms are spectacular.
Seattle comes in at number 7.
I love those, too.
The silver helmet with the blue, that's just a clean look. And then you get the popsicle orange crush and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We all have an opinion on that. They're awesome.
Did you see the video they put out yesterday of going through all their different helmet styles? Like when they rebranded to the pewter, they showed every combination that they considered going through. It was like 26 different helmet combinations.
The only video I saw coming out of Tampa Bay yesterday was the losing of their left tackle, Tristan Wirfs. That's a tough loss.
Big, man.
At least it's now.
How did he get hurt? There's nothing going on. Did he slip on his boat?
He was dealing with this for a while, and they thought he was going to be able to get past it, and the pain management was too much. They're like, let's just deal with this now.
Okay.
It's like that Hollywood Brown. Does he need surgery? Does he not need surgery?
Yeah,
Just let him have his clavicle surgery. He'll come back in December. Number 8 is the Houston Oilers that we'll never see again. They got banned.
Yeah, they said they're not coming back this year with that.
I have a hard time with this, and really where I have a hard time with this is that you moved, you left, you should have stayed and kept the colors down in Houston. What's so funny? Because I said hard?
No.
It's fun to be mad about a uniform.
Oh, yeah, but it shouldn't be Tennessee's uniform. It should have been the Texans' uniform.
What's Buck Rising's
I was
opinion
going
on
to
this?
say, that's exactly what I'm smiling. I'm just thinking of all the Tennessee personalities I know. Very angry at what Bob would be saying. The next time we have Slay on, let's make sure
why
we
would
talk
they be
about
angry
this.
about that? The team moved there. They should have started their own identity.
They are impassioned about this, man. I'm
Really?
telling you.
I mean, like
Yes.
when the Browns left, they had to leave everything behind, which is the best thing the NFL ever did.
Mm-hmm.
Start anew. Start your own identity. Do your own thing. They want to hold on to a Houston identity? That's lame.
I guess if I could have some sort of devil's advocate here, it'd be like if the Baltimore Ravens wore the Baltimore Colts jerseys and the Tennessee Titans would wear the Houston Oilers. In my opinion, I think, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you move, I think you should leave your franchise behind and start anew. Start fresh. You're going to a new city. Why not rebrand with something new the entire time you're there? Obviously, you're moving because you don't like the past, but you're going to keep the team name?
Yeah, and they kept the colors. I mean, the Oilers' colors are a large part of the Titans' colors.
But they added red. Well, I guess Houston
And silver.
had red,
Yeah, they got some red in
They
there. But
kinda
I mean,
did
like if Tennessee, these are beautiful. These are
they're
wonderful.
sexy.
And if Tennessee's not going to use them, then they need to allow the Houston Texans to use them and sell them, if you will, the rights to the Oilers stuff. And let's call it a day. And then the Texans should rebrand as the Houston Oilers.
When's the last time you saw the Chiefs wear the Houston Texans uniforms? Was it like 10 years ago?
It was the
Dallas Texans.
09.
09. So
I think it was 09.
And I don't think the upper management in Kansas City like those uniforms because that ain't them anymore. They're the Kansas City Chiefs, not the Dallas Texans.
That's exactly right. If they moved here and they still called themselves the Kansas City Texans, like how stupid would that be? They changed the whole rebrand when they came to Kansas City.
Well, and the Tennessee did too, to be fair, but they kept some. They paid homage. That's what they'd say they're doing.
And then rounding out the list is the new uniforms of the Washington Commanders.
Fantastic.
Those look great.
Yeah, they look just like the old Washington Redskins.
Yep.
The white. And the Chiefs came out on the list 18th for best home jerseys. So, I don't know. I'm biased. I like the crispy red on that white pant with the red helmet. I think it's fine. It's, when you're that good, it sells. I mean, I get it. People want to see some change and some new stuff, but look at all these teams, how good they've been. Atlanta, Denver, Jacksonville. New England's obviously had their dynasty before. Miami, Philadelphia is the best team on this list when it comes to like recency bias. Seattle, Tampa Bay, decent. Tennessee, woof. Washington, first year, new management, new ownership, everything. They did good last year.
They're fantastic
So,
now, and I hate saying it.
They are good. I mean,
they're doing everything right.
Yeah, ownership-wise, yeah, for sure. They got to the NFC Championship game, went and got Dan Quinn, revamped that defense. This year, they revamped the offensive line. They have their offensive rookie of the year.
Moving back to Washington, D.C., throwing back the old throwbacks, like everything the fans want. What else do you guys want? Here you go.
Here's a new name coming up soon.
And I think
the draft.
I think they are probably going to end up changing their name back. It sure seems that way. I was reading something on ProFootballTalk.com this morning. It seems like momentum is moving towards returning to the Redskin name in Washington, D.C. And so those are some of the things that the new ownership's doing. How do you sell your team? Connect with the fans. Give the fans what they want. And I used to believe that, when you were a bad team, change jerseys to sell merchandise, right? Then the Royals unveiled that black jersey for that 1 year and that sleeveless thing they had. But I think what you need to do, if you're the Chiefs, you do need to have an alternate, at least an alternate helmet, because it's now no longer about, to sell the merchandise. People want that. The fans want, the players love it. Fashion is every damn team now, no matter what level they are, and even some broadcasters, they show the walk-in of what everybody's wearing that day, right? Fashion is a big part of sports. And to have something a little bit different, and imagine if the Chiefs released a matte white helmet with the red KC logo and the black arrowhead outline. What do you think the reaction of those players would be inside that locker room?
I know that I'm hard.
Exactly. Exactly. And what do you think the reaction of the fans would be if we saw that? Like, if they just came out on, they didn't announce it ahead of time. They just came out on the field on opening night against the Eagles, or the home opener against the Eagles in a white matte helmet with the interlocking red KC and black arrowhead. People would lose their minds.
I can feel it all the way down to my plums.
I freak out.
Right? Speaking of reactions, do you guys remember this one?
They announced Josh Simmons, offensive tackle from Ohio State.
I hate this pick, actually. Don't like it.
I love how he cuts off Unacero with Ohio State. Thanks, Pink. We'll get into Josh Simmons' hype more so because it's another revamped edition from New Heights. We'll get into Josh Simmons for the Kansas City Chiefs here at 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fesco and Dusty.
Hey, what yo, man?
On your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, the guys from Aspen came by yesterday to put down our summer fertilizer to make sure that everything is going great with the yard. And so I went out and I started talking to the folks over there at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. And I'm like, what do you got going on today? What's going on out here today? He goes, well, we're putting down this new fertilizer for you so nothing goes wrong during the summer. It's hot right now. You want to make sure your grass still looks good. And this is going to help your grass look good all summer long. I'm like, cool, man. All right, that's awesome. Appreciate it. I said, hey, I got a couple of other questions for you as well. When am I supposed to water? What hose would be good? What sprinkler system would be good? I went on and on and on and on about all of that. And you know what? They answered all of my questions. That's how awesome it was dealing with Aspen Lawn and Pest Control yesterday. I got all the answers I needed, and they didn't need to take the time out of their day to do that. And I appreciate Jake so much for doing that yesterday because I know he had other places he needed to go and other customers that he needed to see. And then he even texted me afterwards and was like, here are the sprinklers that I was talking about, and here's a great timer you can get the set for your hose as well. And I'm like, man, I appreciate that. And today they come with the new mosquito dome getting put over the top of the yard so we can sit outside and enjoy our time out back. So check them out now at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
You want to see the ring? Here, I have a picture.
Wow, look at you.
I know, right? Went to Hellsberg and customized the whole thing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, well, I showed them all our inspiration photos, picked the setting, the diamond. It's actually pretty fun. Now for the real hard part, asking her.
Well, congrats, buddy. The ring looks awesome.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are out there getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel. Open the app today to see the daily promotions, and new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Alex to get started. FanDuel is an official partner of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
It's the Nissan 4th of July sale, and 0% financing is back at Reiselman Nissan. That's right, 0% APR for 60 months on brand new Rogue, Muranos, and Pathfinders. Or lock in 1.9% for 72 months, even 84 months at just 3.49% APR. Need power? Get up to $6,000 in total rebates on new Frontiers. These are the hottest deals of the summer, but hurry, they won't last long. Visit ReiselmanNissan.com for details. Reiselman Nissan, every customer, every time.
Oh, hey.
Hey, thanks for meeting me here. It's just, you're my only lawyer friend, and I need your professional opinion. You see that brand new Hyundai Tucson out there? That's all I paid for it.
Let me get back to you on that. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, and Santa Fe hybrid models. And check out our other great deals at your Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends September 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
The Outlaws are coming. Get ready for the electrifying Show Me Shootout Truck and Tractor Pull, Saturday, July 19th at the Johnson County Fairgrounds. Tickets starting at $20 at the gate. Check out Show Me Shootout Warrensburg, Missouri on Facebook for details. Royals coverage sponsored by the Show Me Shootout Truck and Tractor Pull on July 19th.
Car wreck? Get the money you deserve. Mike's got this.
Paid for client betrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Give me one good reason why I should call DM Law. How about 3 great reasons? 1, it's easy. 2, it's fast. 3, the results.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
70 westbound heavy into downtown from the Paseo. 71 northbound slowing from 22nd Street into downtown. Eastbound 70 heavy past Woodland over towards Truman, where you're down to 1 lane with construction. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
College days are back on the drive. Listen for K-State Day on Thursday, July 17th, starting at 2 o'clock on your home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Coming to you live from the Groove Tenders. Speaking of tenders, the snack wrap is back, baby. Woo! Fresh off the press, 10:30. You can get your first snack wrap.
One. I saw also today, Jack in the Box is releasing their version of the snack wrap. Now they don't exist in Kansas City anymore. They closed all their locations, I believe. So you're not going to be able to get that here. But theirs is $3.29, and they advertise it, and they say it's under 400 calories. So if you're kind of trying to eat healthy-ish, come to Jack in the Box and get a snack wrap.
Call it Jack Wrap.
Yeah, under $400 or $400, 400 calories for the.
Yeah, McDonald's is selling each of theirs for $2.99.
Yeah.
One is ranch, one is spicy. So you can't just buy one today. You got to get 2.
My kids bought the spicy ramen stuff yesterday that they ordered. I don't know. Mac, you're younger. You may have to be part of this thing. Yeah. It's,
spicy ramen at 92 degrees
Yeah,
outside.
some sort of spicy ramen showed up. And my wife's like, we ordered ramen for you years ago and you didn't eat it. Well, that was chicken flavored. Now we got a case of spicy ramen. They didn't like it.
They didn't like it?
Well, of course not.
That's funny.
You should make something on the Blackstone with it.
Too spicy. Can you do ramen? You have to pre-cook the noodles, though. Yeah, obviously. You could do like a lo mein sort of type thing.
Yeah,
That's not a bad idea.
No, yeah. You cook that spicy ramen and put like a little dry rub on a salmon, and then when you get home at night, about 5:30, I guess, throw it on the Blackstone all together, chop it up. You got a little spicy ramen salmon meal.
Smash. Yeah, That's not bad. That's not a bad idea at all. So
full of ideas.
Why order this stuff? How about have a sample? If you like it, great. We'll get more. Here's a case.
Somebody's saying,
Somebody's saying on the text line, "Thank you, Bob, for the tease. All the Jack in the Box in the area are closed."
Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
But there is one off. Somebody says there is one off Johnson Drive and I-35.
I don't think so. They've all shut down.
I think they're all gone, and it was fast. It was like the Baltimore Colts, man.
It was.
You went to bed, you were the next morning. They were like, people taking the sign. I remember coming down Metcalf the next day. I was like, oh man, they're really, because I saw the article literally like on a Tuesday night. Woke up Wednesday, took Metcalf, looked to my right. There's no Jack in the Box here. Like they were literally like taking the stuff down in the middle of the morning at 5 o'clock.
There's one at 119th by Hy-Vee over in Olathe, and I was like driving by there the other day, and all of a sudden like boarding up the windows. I'm like, God, they did not wait. Like we're closing, and they did close, and they were done. But ask yourself this question: when was the last time you went to a Jack in the Box?
Never. I did. I went one time to get tacos to put like a certain something in the taco to make it easier to eat, and then I don't remember eating Jack in the Box.
What did you go to the Jack in the Box last?
It's like 5 years ago, 3 a.m. Had our Uber stop there, and we got him something too. It was great.
Yeah,
nice.
Okay. It's a long time ago.
We had the cashier guy do like a freestyle and took a video of him, acted like we were like big YouTubers. It was pretty funny. Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. That's awesome.
It was pretty funny, dude.
Did he do
I haven't been since
freestyle?
99.
99.
Yeah, the woman licked her fingers, touched my fries, haven't been back since. Didn't even eat that meal. So I've never eaten there.
What I tell you, it's always Bob.
It's always
dude.
me. Yeah.
It's always Bob.
That's crazy.
Fesco, your enthusiasm. This was New Heights. Matt Nagy was their guest. We talked about how they called the Chris Jones play swinging D.
Right.
This was his discussion about the new arrival of a left tackle named Josh Simmons.
I got to ask you, offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
You drafted Josh Simmons. This kid looks incredible. Looked incredible at Ohio State. What do you think he'll bring once he's fully back and healthy?
Yeah, I really love his athleticism. You're right. I mean, his ability to really show his strength and athleticism on the edge, one-on-one, being able to recover if he gets beat. I mean, it's rare.
Dude, it was like flashes of like Jason Peters, like Trent Williams type of movement and bending and redirecting. I agree, 100%. Yeah,
agree, man. He's gonna really put it together, and I think like right now, just Jace, as you know, man, just kind of understanding the calls and all the different calls you can have at the line of scrimmage, when you're gonna squeeze and
tell the guard, that's what the guard's for. He's got to block the man Mountain Dean on the end. The guard could tell him, hey.
That's right. That's right. So he's really, really been locked in, though. It's been great to see him like in meetings and out of practice. He's almost sometimes a little bit too serious because he's really locked in. It's good to see.
So that's offensive coordinator Matt Nagy there talking about the first-round pick and Josh Simmons. And also, I hate to be biased, but if I'm going to hear anybody talk about an offensive lineman, I probably want it to be a Hall of Fame center in Jason Kelsey.
Yeah.
And the way that he talks about him gives me insight, especially those two names he drops. I mean, Trent Williams. I mean, come on now.
I know that I'm hard. That's the guy that we've wanted
Yep.
here in Kansas City for a decade, and they were close to getting Trent Williams, but his heart was in San Francisco. It happens, and you want to stay where you are. There's no hard feelings about that. But I think, look, I think he has the opportunity to be a great football player. I know Binkley doesn't like him, but man, I mean, if this guy is healthy, he is a top 10 pick, and I think he's healthy right now. This is we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Mm-hmm. The beauty of Brett Veach and Andy Reid being secure in their jobs. They're able to make picks like Josh Simmons. They're able to take guys like FAU. They're able to take guys that you don't need to have make a big impact because they're secure in their jobs. A lot of GMs pass on a guy like Josh Simmons because they know if they don't draft the star in that first round, the fans are going to be pissed. They're probably going to lose games, and then they're going to lose their job. Here in Kansas City, they have the ability, the street cred, all the pelts on the wall, if you will. They can go out there and draft who they want. They don't have to draft for today. They can draft and take a chance on a guy like Josh Simmons. The winning obviously has helped all of that, clearly, but also having that job security. And Andy Reid and Brett Veach together, they know they're not going anywhere. They can say to themselves, you know what? We don't have to have a guy that's going to come be an impact player today, but this guy could be an impact player for the next 10 years. Let's go take a chance on him while everybody else is passing on him. And now we've got our left tackle. It's kind of like the Michael Penix, move a couple of years ago by the Atlanta Falcons. Didn't really need a quarterback, but looked at the landscape of things and went, oh, the hell, we're going to draft a quarterback anyway because there's no good ones for the next couple of years. And so I love the fact that we're in that position where they're able to make moves like that in the draft. Ultimately, at the day of the draft, you're like, but as you move forward, you're like, damn, that guy is going to be a player for this team.
Well, yeah, because they've been, and like you said, they've been able to work ahead with this team building. Like they have Jalen Moore as a depth piece. They've drafted other good offensive linemen. They know they're going to get this trade deal done. They've got the best center in the league right now because Jason's gone. They've done with the due diligence. They have the wherewithal to know, okay, Brett Veach, I know I can take this risk right now, and it's so rare in any sport for any team to have, this one addition, guys. If this one addition works out, the ceiling is the roof. This offense is going to be unstoppable if Josh Simmons is what we think he could be. If he's 80% of what Jason Kelsey's saying right now.
Right, exactly. And again, that's the beauty. If Brett Veach and Andy Reid weren't perennial winners and did not have the job security, they're not drafting that guy. Like if this is like Andy's last year in Philly and it's like you got to win or we're moving on, you're not making a selection like this. But you know what? This is why works here in Kansas City, because you're able to make selections like this. You're able to build for the future while still winning in the present. And these GMs, these coaches, 99% of them don't have the job security and the ability to do that. They're always fearful for their jobs. Andy and Brett walk in there and they're calling Clark and saying, hey, we need breakfast. That's the job security that they have in there,
I think the other thing, too, which I thought Mac was going to get into, which he kind of did, is that the thing I will always say about Brett Veach and the way they draft is they draft where they're going to need in future parts, right? Like they have the availability and the time to do this because of where they put themselves in the past. Mahomes is 30, right? The one thing that Mahomes has always been great at is being an improvisational quarterback. Well, eventually that won't be there, right? Eventually you'll want to see him be more of a drop back passer because unfortunately time waits for no man and will be getting older and you'll have to see, okay, here we go. Sit back, 3-step, boom. Well, what do you need to have to be able to do that? A strong left tackle presence, someone that you can turn your back to and trust that's over there. If what they're saying, Trent Williams-esque, and he's got the athleticism and he can recover and he's fine and all that sort of stuff that Matt Nagy was saying, then in the future, in 2 or 3 years, when Joshua Simmons is now in his 3rd year in the NFL and he's really got it locked down, hopefully that, what Max said, the ceiling is the roof, like Michael Jordan once said.
Heck yeah.
What you have there then is you go back, and in 3 years from now, if we're still doing this wonderful program, we go, remember when Brett Veach drafted a left tackle that was kind of injured, nobody wanted, now he's the best left tackle in football, Mahomes is a drop back passer, and all of a sudden 3,500 is just a subpar year. Like, you will go back to this and be like, this is why. Remember when they drafted Trent McDuffie? Well, L'Jarius Sneed was going to want top of the market money. Goodbye, L'Jarius. Remember when they drafted Karl Loftus because they couldn't get pressure? Or they drafted Karl Loftus because they couldn't get pressure. Then all of a sudden you played Cincinnati again, 4 sacks in the first half against who? Joe Burrow and the Bengals, AFC Championship game, hello Super Bowl, and 3-year dynasty run to see if you could do a three-peat. Now, all of a sudden, your team is getting older. You drafted Xavier Worthy. You drafted Rashee Rice. You have Hollywood Brown for 1 more year at least. Travis Kelce is phasing out. And all of a sudden, you're going to have a drop-back passer, Mahomes with protection from the left side with a guy that runs a 4.2 whatever in the combine and a Rashee Rice yak guy. They're planning for the future in front of your eyes every single year.
Yeah, then
and
they've
that's
been
the way
doing
it works.
They've been doing it since they took over this organization, and they drafted D Ford, and everybody's like, why are you drafting a linebacker? You got Justin Houston and Tamba Ali. Well, you needed D Ford, and it proved out why they needed. And I still think there are folks who don't understand clearly what's going on with the Chiefs, and they still get mad on draft day. We don't need that guy. And then that guy ends up becoming a great player because they're drafting ahead. But the other thing, too, is when you think about Josh Simmons, the possibilities, his career in Kansas City from today forward may actually be longer than Patrick Mahomes' career in Kansas City. I mean, we're getting to that point now because if you're a good left tackle, and I'll just say like Orlando Pace, Anthony Munoz are Hall of Fame type guys, but they played 20 years in the NFL. Go up and look up a guy, Lomas Brown, played in the NFL for 21 or 22 years at the left tackle position and was unbelievably awesome at it. I believe he is now in the Hall of Fame, and if he's not, he should be in the Hall of Fame. But he played for 20-some years. And if Josh Simmons is like Trent Williams, if Josh Simmons is going to be in that category, he's probably playing a hell of a lot longer after Patrick Mahomes retires if he becomes that left tackle that we think he's going to be and becoming that mainstay on that side of the football.
Coming up on the other side of Mainstay on Thursdays, which is Ben Maller. He joins us on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Heartland Men's Health, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. We have 3 offices, Overland Park, Independence, and North Kansas City.
Say hello to Wendy's new 2-for-4 Biggie Bundle. Choose from the JBC made with fresh, never frozen beef, crispy chicken sandwich, 6-piece nugs, or small soft drink. Any 2 for just $4. It's like the reunion special you've been waiting for, but the only drama is watching you try to pick just 2. For a deal as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Request 2 for $4 Biggie Bundles to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Hot head. Let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ, happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you know a coach who goes above and beyond? The Royals, the CU and the Major Leagues Foundation, and Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City are recognizing those impactful men and women. Nominate your high school coach at royals.com/coacheswithcharacter.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side heading towards downtown, 71 northbound, slow rolling from 18th Street, 70 westbound, a little sluggish into downtown past the Paseo on that ramp to go 71 northbound. 70 eastbound, heavy from Prospect over to Truman, then sluggish down towards 23rd Street, getting into a construction zone where you're down to 1 lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
It is time Time to talk to our guy, Ben Maller of Fox Sports Radio. Of course, you can catch him overnights right here on 96.5 The Fan, and it's all brought to you by The Landing in Liberty. And, Ben, I want to start kind of in the NFL with the Mahomes conversation, because there's been a lot of hate towards Patrick Mahomes since the Super Bowl. Like, it's over, it's done. I mean, is it Mahomes fatigue? Is the national media just tired of Patrick Mahomes? I can't remember this kind of, with Patrick Mahomes. We didn't see it with Tom Brady. We didn't see it with Peyton Manning. It's like everybody's done with Patrick now.
The issue, too, is how bad the Chiefs played in the Super Bowl. I don't know. You can't play much worse than that. So there's a hangover on that one. It's like, well, they lost the Super Bowl, and people were ripping Kelsey because he's out with his girlfriend, and they're ripping Mahomes because of this. So that is part of the deal. When you don't win and you're supposed to win and all that, people are going to take shots at you. But, hey, they make enough money. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, but it's like they just continue to win. That's the thing. It's like people have forgotten that Patrick Mahomes has done nothing short of an AFC championship game in his entire career. And I feel like people are bending over backwards to tell me Josh Allen's better than Patrick Mahomes now.
Yeah, well, it does make for good engagement. As you know, Bob, we are in the age of engagement. So if you get a reaction out of people, it works. And there are people, obviously, that are tired of Mahomes. He's on every commercial during the football season. He's a darling of Madison Avenue, and he's been that way for several years. He's been on television for insurance or whatever. He's been on there for everything. So that is part of it. But if you want to get a reaction, you got to take a little shot, take a little jab, body blow, occasional body blow, and that works as well.
Do you think these takes are the cause of a long, boring summer, or because people just don't care anymore and they're always on their phones and they just tend to get tired of seeing people all the time, so they start making allegations?
But no, it's a little bit. If you were to make the recipe on how we got here, everyone's on their phone all the time. I was watching a baseball game last night, and they had this special section of fans, and they kept showing them on the broadcast, and they were all looking at their phones. They weren't even watching the game. It was really funny, but that's pretty much how it goes. You're on your phone all the time, and it's a bit of fatigue, and you see these people all the time, and it is the off season. And the great thing about these stories is, as a fellow, and we are all hot take artists, these are the kind of stories like if Mahomes doesn't play well and the Chiefs have a bad year, you're like, I told you. And if they play well and they win again and they get back to a Super Bowl and they're in San Francisco or in the Bay Area next year, it's like, people try to forget about it and pretend it didn't happen, and it's all made up and this, that, and the other thing. So that's how this works. And nothing's going to change. And then we'll wait in training camps like next week. It starts for some teams. It's right around the corner. It's crazy.
It is. I mean, we're getting closer and closer and closer, and I think it's 3 weeks from today, actually, where we have that Hall of Fame game that nobody's going to be watching, but everybody's going to be talking about because it's football, and we can't wait to have, football back. And so that's the exciting part. And the other exciting part about having football back is Tom Brady's now dating Sofia Vergara. I mean, I don't know if that's the truth with Tom Brady right now, but that was the one that made its hay yesterday. And, man, Tom Brady, he's living himself a life.
Yeah, hey, why not? Now, the one report said they're not romantically involved. How is that possible? Like, are they? They're both middle-aged people. Do they go? What are they doing? Are they golfing together? Playing miniature golf? Like going out looking at antiques? Like, come on. Tom Brady mentioned Mahomes and the attention he gets. Well, Tom Brady, if you're running a tabloid website or a social media feed, you put Tom Brady in there still. That's golden, right? And Tom, you toss him with some famous woman. It was 2 weeks ago. It was Sydney Sweeney. Now it's Sophie Vergara and all this. And then who's next? What famous lady will be tied to Tom Brady next? Stay tuned. Developing hot. ... So it's a gold mine. When you get to that level, I mean, you can't. You're undefeated, right? You get to a certain level of celebrity. You're golden for the tabloids. Everyone's curious because they want to see what you're doing next.
Yeah, it's I can already see it. It's going to be Tommy B and Cardi B. He's going to get her after Stephon Diggs got dumped. I kid, but in all seriousness, I think one of the coolest things that we have in the dead beats of summer. I'm a baseball nerd, so I love it. I love the draft on Sunday. I geek out for Home Run Derby on Monday, and I'll be there for the All-Star game on Tuesday, Ben. And I figured you'd be all in on this when they're going to use the ABS system in the All-Star game to see what it looks like to give these stars some sort of look into the future because it is coming. I get it. Players can say they don't want robot umpires, but players like to complain and bitch about the umpires all the time. But I feel like this will be a fun stage to see it.
Yeah, I'm against it, Dusty. We'll get to that. But how big a baseball guy? Are you on Baseball Savant every day looking at the spin rate, the exit velocity?
If you want to know, I have Baseball Savant as a app on my phone. I had, as a kid, my dad and I played Stratomatic baseball, collect baseball cards, have looked into the draft to see who's going to go first. Is it going to be Mason Holliday or this kid from LSU who's a pitcher? So, yeah, whatever you want. I mean, I can tell you how they make the seams. I can tell you George Brett's waist size from 85 to 90, whatever you want.
Okay. No, I got – okay, you're all in. I got you. So I'm not all in on the umpires and the robot umpire and all that. Like, and some of it's nostalgia. Like when I was a kid, the umpire, there was a different strike zone in the American League than the National League. You had these bigger than life personality umpires. Like those are all gone. Like the last one was Angel Hernandez, who was terrible, and Joe West, Country Joe West. And like I remember as a kid, like my experience with baseball growing up, Dusty, was going to games and seeing the interaction. You know, it was part of the show to me. The umpire strike zone, and pitchers would have to study. It was another thing about baseball. You had to study the strike zone of the pitcher. Like Greg Maddux and those guys would study the strike zone of the umpire. And somebody ultimately is going to be making the strike zone in baseball, and then they're going to have an umpire there who's just going to repeat. You know, we saw that in spring training. I don't love it. I'll get used to it. I don't, the whole pitch clock thing I thought was kind of lame. It's fine. I think it's unnecessary to get rid of the umpire. I like the human element. You know, and it's like pitchers get hurt all the time. Why not just put a pitching machine on the mound? No one will ever get hurt again. You'll have perfect pitches. You can have a pitching machine that throws a curveball or a fastball. You'll eliminate Tommy John injuries for pitchers. Why not? You know, you can make an argument that we need to protect these young men that get hurt on the mound. So put a pitching machine out there. Who says no? If you say no, you want to see pitchers have Tommy John surgery.
You know, you're going to have all the owners in baseball running to celebrate that because then they won't have to pay anybody.
I know, right? I know, right?
So they'll be all the owners would actually consider, pitching machine instead of paying pitchers. I think we might do something like that. But I love the ABS. I think it may be the best thing we've seen, you know, kind of a relevation sports, if you will, in our lifetime. I got to witness it in spring training, and it's spectacular. It really is. I think it's the greatest thing that we're going to see. Fans are going to love it. Players are ultimately going to like it. And I think it's going to be great for the game.
Well, they'll get used to it, right? With anything. I mean, you given enough time, people get used to it. They've been doing it in the minor leagues at some of the ballparks, and so they've been trying to slowly work it in and all that stuff. Now, my question is, if the game is 10-1, let's say the Royals are playing, playing the Twins, it's 10-1, Royals are winning. Will they expand the ABS system? Will they have a larger strike zone to try to get the game over? Because that's what umpires will do. Like real human beings will have a larger strike. Are they going to put a rule in there, some fine print? Well, if a team's up by 7 or 8 runs, remember the last game of the season or before the All-Star break, they'd always have the largest strike zone because they want to get the game over with. So are they going to have that feature? I want to know. Do you know the answer? I need to know.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but if you're up 10-1, I hope you're not challenging a strike call at that point, you know?
Yeah, there'll always be that guy. It's like in basketball, the game's over and the coach calls timeout with 30 seconds to go. It's like, what are you doing?
Right.
Just get the thing over with.
And then
Stop.
fouls, and then he comes back and fouls, and the last 30 seconds take another hour to complete.
And then takes a bow. I never give up the game. I play to the end, you know. And they want to, take a bow with the media after the game. It's like, no, the game was over. Get it over.
The game was over a long time ago, pal. You're just putting all of us in the media through misery. All right, before we let you get out of here, Deion's talking salary cap now in college football. That sounds to me like he knows he's not going to have enough money for the NIL to compete, and so he wants a salary cap. Your thoughts?
Yeah, first of all, Deion said he didn't want to coach in the NFL. This is the NFL. Hello, it's the NFL. Number 2, you cannot unring the bell. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. The idea that you're going to put a salary cap in, it's going to work. You're just going to go back. Everything repeats itself. Just it'd be like the old Sopranos. Get those envelopes with cash because it's going to happen. That's how it's going to be if you put a salary cap in. The top players are still going to get more money, and they're still going to find ways to filter the money down to the other players that enter the transfer portal. So it's not a solution. It's not what Deion Sanders said it is. I don't buy it. And they've got to come up with something because it is wonky right now, but that's not going to be the answer.
No. Ben, we appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the home run derby, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right. Thanks, guys.
That's Ben Maller with us, brought to you by the Landing in Liberty.
Yeah. I figured he'd have been a fan of the ABS. Not a fan.
Not a fan, no. He likes the old school umpires, which is fine, but I'm gonna bet some money. Mm-hmm. He probably hasn't seen a game yet with the ABS in where he's in the crowd. Because I think a lot of people are against things that they haven't experienced, right? That's life, no matter what it is. Once you experience the ABS, and that's why I'm so glad it's going to be in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you, Dusty, when it's on Wednesday morning, what are the topics going to be? Major League Baseball needs to institute this immediately. Fans are going to absolutely love the ABS when they see it in action. Those who don't like it or are skeptical haven't seen it. And you haven't seen it because it's only been in spring training and only been in the minor leagues. But on Tuesday night, when you see it, I promise you, you're going to love it as a fan. Love it.
One word.
First name is Blake, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Katie Holmes.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of three, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is One Word on Fesco and Dusty.
All righty.
That was a lefty last night in Bubich.
Felter Bubich. Okay.
Faulkner Bubich last night in that matchup.
One word on the Royal sweep.
Good. Needed. Had to happen. It's the Pirates, man. You gotta go sweep the losing teams, take care of business, get a little fat against these losing teams, right? And they did. That's good.
Powerful. Home runs were there. Salvi, 2 walk-offs. Kagleon looked like a new man. Bobby Witt Jr. stayed. Bobby Witt Jr. It was a powerful sweep, man. You had your backs against the wall. You had the city almost ready to go straight to St. Joe tomorrow. I mean, All-Star break would have just been full of people looking at the schedule for St. Joe and saying, when are we going to go? When do the quarterbacks sign?
Mm-hmm.
When do the tight ends sign? I'll go get a running back's autograph. When do they sign? They're putting that on delay a little bit. It was a powerful sweep because what did Vern tell us on Monday? This is the 3rd straight time a team has readjusted their pitching staff because, it's the Royals. 7-2 in 9 games in July. 2 games under 500. 3 games out of the wild card spot. Bring on the Mets, who just got swept by the Pirates, and in brutal fashion. And now they're all confused because Juan Soto's not an all-star.
7-2 this month. You love to see it. One word on the ABS system in the All-Star game.
Wonderful. I don't have enough great superlatives to use for this. Again, I'm telling you, I know I may be overselling this thing for a lot of people. It's spectacular. And real.
I would say futuristic. This is the wave of the future. I've seen it in the minor leagues when they challenge it. It was awesome to see. It's not something that you're going to get tired of, right? Like in the NBA or in college basketball where they go to the table. At first, it was kind of cool because the referee was like you looking at pizza rolls at 1 o'clock in the morning through your microwave window.
Smash.
Now, it's drawn on and too long. And Bob made a good point. In the NFL, these replays take so long. And you had made a good point as well, Mac, to go with it, that there's so much to look at. You are looking at a ball or a strike, and it is on the Jumbotron, and then you move on. And I get it. It's one pitch, but one pitch can be very pivotal in a game. And this is the futuristic approach of the future. Somebody in the text line says it's appropriate. It is, man. How many times we sit there, that's not a strike.
Right,
how many times you've been to a game and the guy next to you goes, boo, because he can't see if it's inside or outside. Well, now we have the chance to actually see it digitally on a screen.
Right.
It's great.
And quite frankly, for the players who are iffy about this, shut the F up. Okay, it's not about you. The game is not about you. It's about the fans. And this is better for the fans.
What percentage of the players that didn't like it were pitchers? 90?
No, I think less, because pitchers get the challenge too. Sure. You know, so I it's like I hate to say this, it's like the Whit Merrifields of the world, the chronic complainers.
Yeah. The negative Nancy's.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Take the game out of their hands.
Yeah,
Thank you, because they're putting the game in their hands.
Right, and it's become the show for years. We've complained about Angel Hernandez and the show and all these guys making it about them. And now we have the opportunity to not make it about them. And then you've got people going, well, I don't know if this is the right thing to do.
Somebody says, what happens when there is a ball or strike situation, an intense game like the World Series, a high-intense situation, any game? That's where I don't like the ABS. Well, then you're just going to be like those people that bitch and complain about the Chiefs getting the call against the Philadelphia Eagles. It was a hold. Oh, well, they can slow the game down and see. It was, well, I mean, look, dude, then that team didn't deserve to win the World Series because that umpire got it wrong. Get it right. You have the opportunity to make everything right. Do it.
It's the you can't call that at that point in the game guy. It's
I hate that guy.
The rules are the rules.
The rules are the rules, man.
Right.
Like, let's go here. If it's a foul, it's a foul. It's a hold. It's a hold. It doesn't matter.
Stop breaking the law, a-hole.
Exactly. Like, you can't call that. What if it's a high tense situation? Something good.
Yeah.
And could you imagine a big umpire? Yeah. Strike 3. End an inning.
Yeah.
Batter challenges. It's a ball.
Get back out there.
One word Commanders bringing back their throwback unis.
Smart. Everything that this new ownership group has done has been brilliant. They basically said, all right, we know the last 30 years have been a dog pile for you guys here in D.C. It sucks. We're going to do everything opposite of what Daniel Snyder did. Number one is listen to the fans. The fans want the Redskins back, and they're close, I think, to maybe getting the Redskins back. But bringing back the old uniforms, moving the team into the city, the new state, all that stuff, it's brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah. Pleasing, right? You're not only reaching out to your fan base that, you completely brought back in because the Dan Snyder era was so pitiful. You're reading your audience. You're pleasing your fans. You're doing what you want to see a team do that is trying to be reborn. So I would almost say the word could be like a revival, right?
Yeah.
We're only, probably 2 seasons away from Washington's decided to go back after a signed petition by multiple fans of 100,000 or more to be called the Redskins. And I bet it happens. I know that that's, an issue in sports where you can't have these derogatory names, but I would almost guarantee you that in 2 years, you will not be calling them the Washington Commanders. And this will be part of it. They're bringing back literally everything except the name and the logo.
Do you remember Dan Quinn last year at the press conference wearing the Redskin logo on his T-shirt? That wasn't done on accident. That was a test balloon. You throw that out there and see what the reaction is. And what was the reaction? Fans loved it. Fans love nostalgia. No matter what it is, we all love nostalgia. We long for the days of simpler times or however you view it. But we all love the throwback stuff.
Does anybody have a polo that says the Washington football team? Because
that was their day. They should have kept that.
I like
instead
that
of the Commanders.
Way better than the Commanders. Way better.
Yeah, the Commanders' name sucks.
It's terrible. And yeah,
it sounds like 1980s cartoons or something. Like
Commanders.
It's a really bad name.
Oh yeah. All right, one word. Mark Schlereth, stinky.
Oh, stank.
Here's stink.
I think for the first time in a long time, I do a radio show in Denver.
Good for you.
People feel like there was a time.
Like there's blood in the water?
Yeah, there was a time that Patrick Mahomes was the boogeyman, right?
Sure.
There's nothing we can do. But there feels like there's this league-wide sense that this is the first time in Kansas City, in his tenure at Kansas City, that they're vulnerable. Like that somebody else could
and that's off
creep
a
up and win this
15-win season.
Right, win this division.
If you're a Denver Bronco fan, you should be thinking that you're going to win the division this year. There's so much excitement around the Broncos, right? Great defense. Bo Nix played good. Coach. You should be excited if you are a Denver Bronco fan, and you should think that you're going to win the division. Because if you're a Bronco fan, I know my mindset would be, we really beat those guys twice last year. Save the block field goal. We can play with it. There's no reason we can't play with the Chiefs. If you're a Bronco fan, you should think you're going to win the division this year.
Yeah, delusional. Look, sophomore season for several quarterbacks in this league, Bo Nix being one of them. We shall see if that happens. Now, Denver is going to be reliant on their secondary, and but I mean, I don't know if Bo Nix is going to have that big year again. I mean, I hope more competition makes for a lot more fun in this league.
especially in the AFC West. But it ain't just the Broncos going after the Chiefs. You got the Raiders who have revamped their team. You have the Chargers who are coming back with Harbaugh and a team that went to the playoffs, and Herbert, who's probably hungry to prove that he's not a colossal failure when it just comes to playoffs, who had a good year last year. So the problem I would say is that the delusion is that it's not just the Chiefs in the AFC West. I know they are the cream of the crop of the AFC, but you got to at least get your division. And you've got other teams in your division that you have to also beat before you can get to the final boss, which is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, I think every team in the division this year should have some sort of optimism that they're going to be a lot better than what they've been over the last 10 years. I wouldn't be surprised if San Diego ended up being the worst team in the division. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Raiders. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Broncos either. And I wouldn't be surprised if any of those teams are the second best team in the AFC West. It's going to be an interesting division this year.
Yeah, they blew the Chiefs out in Week 18. Who played quarterback?
Oh, it was Carson Wentz.
Yeah, so he almost cost your underdog.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. That's right. I needed 1 yard out of Carson Wentz in that game. He almost didn't get it.
Broncos have not won 12 games since Peyton Manning was their quarterback in 2015. You're going to need at least 12 wins to get first in this division. The Chiefs have not won 12 games once in the Patrick Mahomes era.
So Obama was in office. When
Wait, say that again?
Left.
In the Patrick Mahomes era, the Chiefs have only not won 12 games
not
one
won 12.
time.
Okay.
So you're going to need at least 12 to tie the Chiefs. You hope you have a tiebreaker. You really need 13 wins to win this division if you're Denver.
And the year they didn't win 12 games, they won 11. And you know what they did that year?
Won the whole freaking
That's right.
They won the Super Bowl.
That's crazy to think that if you win 11 games, it's considered a failure of a season.
It is now with the 17th game, right? 11-5 used to be a really nice record. Almost guaranteed you getting into the playoffs.
I wonder how many times the Patriots got the 1 seed going 11-5.
I know they missed the playoffs being 11-5 once. That was the Matt Castle year.
Matt Castle, yep. One word, UFC legend Ben Askren says he died 4 times before life-saving double lung transplant. Askren says he's lost 50 pounds in 45 days, dealing with severe pneumonia, and has no memory of anything from the end of May to early July.
Scary.
Yeah.
Wild. That's why I always say, man, do nice things, hug your loved ones.
You see that UFC fighter that is in the burn unit here in Kansas City?
No.
Was out at the track, I'm guessing in Topeka because it's NHRA.
Oh, he get in a car accident?
Randy Couture.
Randy Couture.
Randy Couture.
Mr. America, Captain America.
Yeah, he's in the burn unit here in Kansas City. Was involved in a fiery crash on a racetrack in Kansas, they said. Now, nobody's saying if it's Kansas Speedway, but they're saying NHRA, so I'm guessing it was out in Topeka.
Damn.
And they said he was airlifted to Kansas City.
Damn.
Dang it.
Well,
that's
speedy
tragic.
recovery to Randy Couture.
They expect him to be okay and recover, but I mean, burns all over his body, and I mean,
terrifying.
He was like one of the first guys when UFC started to really get going. He was like that big fighter. Like
do you know how old he is, by the way?
Randy Couture?
Yep.
I bet he is 54.
Mac, what do you think?
I'm going to go 45.
Try 61. MMA legend Randy Couture was airlifted to a burn center Tuesday in Kansas City with injuries stemming from a single car crash at a pro stock racetrack. Sources closest to Couture confirmed his hospitalization to ESPN Wednesday following a TMZ report. Couture suffered first and second degree burns, trauma injuries, and smoke inhalation in the accident. The initial hope and belief is that he's going to recover. He's 62 years old.
Text line saying it was in Odessa, Missouri.
Oh, Odessa. Okay.
They have those like dirt tracks and stuff like that.
I know exactly where that is, yeah.
Well, fight the fight, Randy.
Yeah.
Captain America right there for you from the UFC. Coming up on the other side, that was one word. We have Smash or Pass, brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu, Casey's best steaks with now 2 locations, 95th and Null and 135th and Metcalf. Smash or Pass on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Vinny Pasquantino, and you're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Hey, it's Dusty Likens, and the boys in blue are rolling along. The season is in full force, and all season long in full force, we're bringing you the proud partner of your Kansas City Royals, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Oh, I can already feel that warm summer weather, and nothing goes better than a Surfside Lemonade and Vodka in Kauffman Stadium all season long for you there. Surfside is only 100 calories per serving, and the best part, 0 bubbles, so it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game. Ask for it also at your local bars and liquor stores. You must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Baseball season is in full swing, and that means the summer heat is coming. The guys at Climate Control have been serving KC homeowners for over 35 years and know how to get your cooling system ready to handle our scorching hot summer weather. Stay cool and comfortable this summer. Call Climate Control today at 816-265-2830 and schedule your AC system tune-up for just $59. Don't wait. Visit ClimateControlKC.com today. Climate Control Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Hi, I'm Trisha, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Are you looking for a style that's classic, modern, vintage, or something in between? Not sure? At Shane Company, we're here to help. We have so much style under one roof because a friend knows you like options. Drop by or visit us at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
71 northbound heading into downtown, pretty heavy from 22nd Street. 670, a little slow westbound from 71 over to 35, and then 70 eastbound, very heavy from the Paseo over past Prospect with construction down to 1 lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
That's right, final segment of the 7 o'clock hour is Smash or Pass, so remember this sounder.
Finally, I'm one of those guys who can't wait to get to work in the morning, like a dairy cow.
Oh! Oh! Oh, yes! Yes!
You want to be caller number, 7 wins in the month of July?
Yeah.
So caller number 7, you got to tell Mac that he's awesome.
Mac's awesome.
You also have to tell him that you love his laugh and that he's very nice. And he will be,
thank you.
You're very welcome. He'll be sending you a Booth Creek Wagyu email.
Heck
so,
yeah.
Smash or Pass brought to you by Booth Creek Wagyu, Casey's Best Steaks, now with 2 locations, 95th at Knoll and 135th at Metcalf. I seen you guys one earlier this week. I think we all smash because Nothing Bunk Cakes is a very dangerous store for 3 reasons. It smells lovely when you walk in. It's always cool, like air-wise.
Yeah, got to keep those cakes.
Right?
Yeah.
And the ladies that work there are like sweeter than the Bunk Cakes. Hi, how are you today? Stressful. I'm about to spend $100 on a cake.
That's right.
Oh, well, thank you for choosing us. What's the name? Here you go. You have a lovely, that's such a beautiful cake. Did you design it, Mary?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did. Well, you're beautiful too. Have a great day. But they have a new one. It is the banana pudding one.
Yeah, it sounds good.
I mean, banana. It's like banana flavored bread. Inside is like the pudding, and then on top is the vanilla wafer.
Yeah, I'm in on that. Absolutely. Yeah.
So
Banana
in,
pudding bun cake? Hell yes.
Does banana pudding rank top puddings?
I'm not. First of all, I am not a chocolate pudding fan at all. Never have been. I got sick on that one time as a kid, and I was like, you have those moments. You're just never
one and done, baby.
One and done. I love a good rice pudding. It's really good. And
never had it.
I don't know the other puddings that
Bread pudding.
Yeah, if
Bread
you get
pudding.
a good bread pudding.
Jack Stack would do like the mold of the bread, and then do like the cream sauce over the top, and then drizzle like caramel, which is like not traditional bread pudding.
Yeah,
but they call
is
it
that
bread
really
pudding.
a pudding though?
I don't know.
I mean, it says pudding in the name, so you got to call it a pudding. So I'll put it up there.
What's that stuff that's got the chunks in it? It's got a name. It's a certain kind of pudding. Because I remember
figgy pudding.
Oh, I don't know if that's it, but it was like,
and that's something they serve at Christmas time.
It was like vanilla, and it would have like chunks in it.
I don't know.
I don't know what it's
tapioca
called.
pudding.
Is that what it is?
I don't know.
That sounds like that. Yeah.
There's not many puddings out there,
There's just not a lot. We kind of
mean,
went through the main ones.
Yeah, I mean, what pudding have we left out? Vanilla pudding is up there. I always like vanilla pudding.
I liked the ones when I was a kid. You get
pistachio pudding.
Never had it. The one we were a kid, they had like, it was like one top layer was chocolate, middle layer was vanilla, and the bottom layer was chocolate.
Yeah.
And you would just, I don't know.
Snack packs, yeah.
Yeah.
Cheese pudding?
What?
I don't know. It's tapioca. I don't know what cheese pudding is.
Cheese pudding?
That sounds like a hot day jog. Bro. I got some cheese pudding down there, man. I got to get out of here and take a shower.
God. Yeah, that was like me yesterday in the heat. It was like
cheese pudding?
Yeah. Threw a cheese blanket on the cheese pudding.
Does anybody eat tapioca?
Nobody. No, the home. Jerry eats a lot of tapioca.
Hello,
He's
America.
old, you know. They feed it to him. I want my tapioca. That's
it
Jerry's
says tapioca or rice pudding.
Rice pudding is real. I like rice pudding.
Rice
it's
pudding.
good. What is cheese pudding?
I don't know. Let me.
Where did you find? Never even heard of that.
Types of puddings, bro.
Types of cheese pudding.
It's made with cheese.
Well, I would hope so. Thank you, Mac.
Which, unlike cheesecake, can be served at room temperature.
Like the mayo in New Orleans? What are you eating? A spoonful of mayo from New Orleans or tapioca pudding?
Tapioca pudding.
No chance you're hitting that. I don't know, man. At least it's smooth in New Orleans.
I'm not touching that mayo. Sitting out in the sun. All the Southerners are like, and put mayo on it, y'all.
So the buoyancy was off for sure.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing. It was like it was
Jiggly.
jiggly in the bottle. It was like nasty.
Pass. And then Bob sent us this most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a bowl of Fruit Loops. And in the Fruit Loops mixed in is tuna.
What the hell was that?
Not a chance. You're passing on this.
Tuna and mayo topped with Fruit Loops, basically. It all mixed together. No effing way.
No, dude. I love tuna. I really do.
I do too.
I follow these guys on Instagram called the Real Spud Bros, and they just make potatoes, and they always have an option to add. A lot of them are like the British people just get beans and cheese, and then every once in a while you see people get tuna.
Tuna.
That's how they say it. You want some tuna
on a baked potato,
dude? If you follow these guys, it looks good. Like it's hot tuna.
I'm not a hot tuna
I'm a cold
guy.
tuna
Hot
guy.
tuna? No, cold tuna.
No,
Like
that's
the tuna melt?
Not a chance. I don't eat hot tuna.
Nope.
No, my dad once made a hamburger helper, but he used tuna. It was tuna helper.
No.
That's what it literally was called.
No, it's tuna helper. Yeah, that's not a chance.
First time I ever cussed in front of my dad, I was 6 years old.
Yeah.
I said, I'm not eating this blank.
Yeah.
Well, good. You're not eating tonight. Thank
Fine.
God.
I'll starve as opposed to eating tuna helper.
Can't wait to raise this kid. But yeah, tuna loops go hard is what the picture
not
says.
a chance.
The first comment on this photo is, I'm fat. I normally don't judge food creations. This person needs to be in jail for the remainder of their life.
I don't disagree with that, yeah. I mean, but like tuna and Rice Krispies wouldn't be good, or tuna and Golden Graham. Like tuna and nothing would be good.
Are they trying to get like a crunch with the tuna? I'm just confused on what
Okay,
we're
if you want
going
some
for.
crunch with your tuna,
Throw pickles in it.
Pickles, or you can crush up potato chips and throw it in there. But
that'd be
slap
good.
them on top of your sandwich,
Onion
right?
straws, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
To give you, but Fruit Loops?
Oh.
Somebody actually ate that.
Oh, yeah. Somebody does eat that. Then the other one is, what is this? A corn dog, but actually, this is literally a corn dog.
That's right.
It's it's literally,
corn dog.
Yeah.
literally a corn dog, and there's Fruit Loops in the background.
There are. I didn't even notice that. Oh my God, there's Fruit Loops on the plate in the background.
With like a potato salad.
Yeah.
That I might try.
It's an ear of corn with a hot dog on it. You know, they hollowed it out, put the hot dog on there, ketchup and mustard.
But
now,
you can eat that middle part of
that's the question that I had. I don't think you can.
I don't think you can do that.
This
who can bite into that?
Joey Chestnut with those teeth.
Yeah,
Looks like he should bite your leg off, dude. Mm-hmm. Like if he was in saw in the basement, he wouldn't need the saw. He'd just start gnawing on his leg. There's no way that you can eat through that. Like I guess you eat that's just dumb.
Yeah, that's dumb.
What's this person's obsession with Fruit Loops? Because it looks like they're like tossed in a salad back there.
Is there like some sort of Midwestern salad that we don't know about, like a Jell-O pretzel salad that they roll out there for the holidays and whatnot? Is there some sort of Midwestern Fruit Loop salad that we're not aware of?
I just didn't know Fruit Loops were still a thing. I use Clausen pickles in my tuna and chicken salad instead of celery. Of course, that's the way to do it. You chop up your pickles in chunks. I'm a very simplistic person with my tuna. I just like pickles, a little bit of mayo, I guess I'm not simple.
That's a lot, yeah.
Pickles, horseradish, a little bit of mayo, mustard, Tabasco, and chopped up pickles.
I'm simple. Here are 17 things.
Yeah, I totally contradicted that. Yeah,
You
for
really
sure.
did. I'm very simple with my tuna. I put this. Fresh Dillon tuna is always good.
Oh,
And I will
absolutely.
tell you, instead of doing all of that, just put tzatziki dip in the tuna. It's got your cucumbers. It's got your crunch. It's got your mayonnaise-based like substance.
Oh, I'm in.
Got your dill. Whip that up, and you don't even need mayonnaise or anything like that. Tzatziki and a can of tuna.
That's easy.
That's a sandwich.
B-Dub just texted me and said the only cheese pudding he eats comes with chips, and it comes with chips to dip it in.
Yeah, I got that. The nacho cheese B-Dub.
Yeah, cheese pudding. What are we doing here?
That's what it is. It's those cans of cheese, like cheese
Text
pudding.
line says Spectre probably eats fancy cheese pudding.
No, Spectre doesn't eat cheese pudding. He eats like something like a amuse-bouche pudding.
Yeah, he eats caviar and calls it fish pudding.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Somebody says they had the banana pudding bunt cake from Nothing Bunt Cakes yesterday, and they're absolutely fantastic. Of
course.
I mean,
Yeah, of course. What have you had something from there? Even if you don't really like the flavor, where you go, it's no good. It's always good.
The best thing I've ever had from there is the white chocolate raspberry, not white chocolate raspberry. It's I think white chocolate raspberry cake or whatever it is.
That sounds awesome.
Oh, it's awesome, dude. I can't remember. It's so good. But yeah, anything that's banana pudding based, man. Even if it's at Golden Corral.
Finally, I'm one of those guys who can't wait to get to work in the morning. Like a dairy cow.
Oh! Oh! Oh, yes! Yes!
Caller number 7. Tell Mac that he's awesome.
Mac's awesome.
Tell him that he's got a nice laugh, and tell him that he's a nice guy. That's all you got to do. Caller number 7, you got your chance at Booth Creek Wagyu. Of course, Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's best steaks now with 2 locations, 95th and Knoll and 135th and Metcalf. I'll tell you what, Deion's at it again. Does Bob agree or disagree with Coach Prime? 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
It's time to have the best steak of your life. Booth Creek Wagyu. KC's premier Wagyu meat market is changing the way America eats beef. And now you can join the Wagyu revolution at 2 KC locations, 135th and Metcalf and at 95th in Knoll. Whether you're looking to wow your family at a tailgate or sear the best steaks ever on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. You won't regret it. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations. Open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Hey there, Kansas Lottery here. And we want to get together for a game or two. Meet us at your favorite retailer or wherever you like to buy your tickets, and we can let the games begin. There's a lot of fun and cash on the line. See kslottery.com for details.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Hi, this is Toby Tobin along with Jason Goodenkoff from Lewisburg Ford in Lewisburg, Kansas. Hi, Jason.
Hello, Toby.
Holy cow, you've done it again.
We've done it again, Toby. We won the President's Award again this year. This is the 22nd time we've been awarded this awesome honor from Ford Motor Company.
But what is the President's Award?
The President's Award is the top award Ford Motor Company gives its dealers for excellence in customer satisfaction in both sales and service and their sales penetration numbers. So we are super honored to have received this award for the 22nd time.
It covers the whole works at Lewisburg Ford.
Absolutely, and it's a testament to the awesome people we have working at Lewisburg Ford and helping our customers, and it really shows with this award because it's only a few dealers that get it, and we've done it 22 times.
I guarantee you this is the best place to buy a Ford car or truck in the Midwest.
Absolutely. You couple that President's Award lineage with our no-hassle Toby Tobin pricing, it does not get any better than that.
What is your toll-free number?
816-444-2300.
Or LewisburgFord.com.
Royals coverage sponsored by Metal by the Foot, your metal project superstore.
For over 36 years, Metal by the Foot has been your source for steel, aluminum, brass, and stainless. Located in KC and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Peters Clothiers on the Kansas side. 35 southbound, heavy from South 7th Street traffic way down past Mission with an accident reporting. This week only, go to Peters Clothiers to get half-off suits by Jack Henry. Choose from many colors and sizes. Peters Clothiers, 124th and State Line. This week only, Jack Henry suits are half off. Come in today only at Peters Clothiers. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
This is the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your new home for Royals baseball. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Shout out to Kevin, a.k.a. K-Dog.
K-Dog.
/ K-Love. Did he do all 3 things for you, Mac?
He did.
There we go. You love to see it.
His email is Husker something or other, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, he's a Husker fan. He said we'd make fun of him. I said, maybe
I'm getting ready to. Actually, yes, I am.
Man. He's going to be good.
Yeah. Dylan Raiola looking like Mahomes. But now I'm going to make fun of a Husker fan for a second because, as we know, they're stuck in 1995. And clearly their job is not the right one to take. Just ask Scott Frost, douchebag. I'll say that out loud. Douchebag Scott Frost.
It's getting hot in here.
But I saw a guy yesterday at the gym. Nebraska shirt, Nebraska shorts, Nebraska sneakers. That's overkill.
Oh.
I think you get 2 items. I think you get a hat and a shirt or a shirt and a shorts. You don't get
the whole wardrobe.
Yeah, like you're not on the team, man. Like, especially just working out. Like, this guy was decked out head to toe. That's a bit much for me. If you're going to rep the team, give yourself a hat, give yourself a shirt, fine. All of that?
Yeah, I kind of agree.
It's much. It's a bit much.
It's a bit much. Yeah, I'm picturing myself putting like Chiefs stuff on, and if I was already at 2 items, I would then switch. I would not put on my Chiefs shorts. I wouldn't. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, right. It seems excessive to me. And I looked at this guy yesterday. I'm like, Nebraska. I said to myself, I guarantee he has Nebraska shoes. Yes, he does. He has Nebraska shoes on.
Heck yeah. Way to go, Kevin at the J.
So I don't know. Maybe it's the same Kevin.
Somebody from the 913 says, funny story. I just got in my car outside Quick Trip and rolled my windows down right when the Booth Creek Wagyu sounder came on. I got a few really weird looks as the volume was somewhat loud.
They weren't listening too?
I guess not.
That's so funny.
That'd be great.
That's fantastic.
Oh, gosh. That's great. And then somebody, I don't know if this is true or not, but says, it looks like it's a speak to text, but it says, Nothing Bunk Cake owner is a Chiefs fan.
Oh, good.
She's a great woman. Just a fun fact. Wes from Lee Summit, Missouri.
The national owner, like the original founder of Nothing Bundles Cakes?
Well, I mean, the way it came out, which I think is speak to text from Wes, it says, Nothing Bundles Cake owner is a Chiefs STM and I don't know what that. I think season ticket holder is what they were trying to say.
Yeah.
Chiefs season ticket holder and a
member.
great
It's a member.
Member. Season ticket member. Member. Sorry, they get mad when you don't say that.
Oh yeah,
it's not. You don't hold the tickets.
Right, you're a member.
They're about to get those boxes, right? Don't you always get that every year for season ticket holders? Like they send you like a cool box with all your tickets in it, and they give you like whatever.
They send something different every year. I think
right.
Richard gets that. We just go to the games.
I was gonna say I don't need all that.
I don't either. Like, what do you do with that stuff?
Like I think it's cool when they give out like the replica rings or whatever for like World Series or Super Bowls. I'm like, that's cool, but like, I'm never gonna go to like an event and be like, got my summer cheek on. Here you go. Nice World Series ring, dude. Yep, got it for being a fan. Like, I respect it if you're like an usher and you went through all
they
that.
Gave it to you. Yeah, hell yeah.
But like it's a giveaway. Like I would definitely be like, hey kid, you want this?
Yes,
you can have this.
Yeah, most of the giveaways. Like we do a baseball trip. There's always like a giveaway at the ballpark. I'm like, I don't want this. My friend's like, take it. Like they had like a 6-pack cooler last time when we were in Detroit. Stuff with 6 cans of beer.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really need that.
I'll take the soft coolers.
Yeah, that's
like
nice.
Vern, I was helping him cover a game the other night. He goes, hey, they gave these away the other night and they had extras. Do you want this? I was like, what is it, cooler? I was like, oh, yeah. He goes, easy. Don't take my hand. Somebody goes, I get away from that by mixing a black Royals hat in with the Hawkeye shirt so I don't end up like Nebraska guy.
There you go. Exactly. Mix and match.
Yeah,
fine.
absolutely.
But, I mean, you don't need to go full uniform when you're going to rep your team, man. Like, shoulder pads next. Those Nebraska fans, though, man, they love it. I was talking to somebody yesterday.
I love them.
Played at Nebraska. I was like, everybody in Nebraska still thinks it's 95. And he goes, that's when I was on the team.
Class of 95.
Remember when Binkley tried out for the Cornhuskers? Mm-hmm. He almost made the team.
They said he was too aggressive.
Yeah.
That's what he got cut for. Too aggressive.
And then he went to Pitt State and drank beer for 4 years.
Yeah, you see, he didn't remember much.
No.
Remember we asked him. So Deion Sanders would like to see some sort of salary cap be introduced to college football. Do you agree with Coach Prime?
No, I do not. I like this Wild Wild West aspect of things. College sports had 50 years to figure things out, right? Right. We gave them ample time, right? It's like we gave you the opportunity. You didn't do it. Well, now here are the rules. Tough. And it really, for me, hearing Deion say that is funny, because it means he's not getting the money that he needs for the NIL to go out and recruit the players that he needs to win in Colorado. And I think that's going to be the next step for a lot of these coaches in college sports, is that they're not going to see the money coming in that they need to go out there and be competitive. And there's a lot of teams, again, like a Vanderbilt that's coming out, or a BYU in basketball, or Utah, or whoever the case may be. You're seeing a lot of these non-traditional, Texas Tech, non-traditional powers go out there and spend a lot of money. And if you don't have the boosters and the wherewithal to be able to do that, you're not going to be able to keep up. And I think that's going to be the kind of the next wave of driving these coaches out, is that we get a couple of years into this NIL thing and they realize they got a bunch of cheapskates that are their alumni base that aren't writing the checks, and they can't get the money to go out and get the great players, and then they're going to look for another job, or they're just going to look to get out and go to the NFL or something else. So this is so fascinating to me. Every time in college sports something little happens, I just continue to take mental notes of like, where's this going to be in 5 years, man? Especially like the Big 12 and the Big 10 are fighting now over what the college football playoff should be this year. You know, like they're fighting over that kind of stuff. Like college sports, man, I'll tell you, it's entertaining as hell off the field right now.
Yeah, Mac and I were kind of talking about this morning, and I think I still stick to my normal take. I think if you're going to do the NIL deal, I love it. College football, you've asked people have asked, for years, they should be getting paid. They're getting paid. Now we don't like it. Because, because I think a lot of people, and I think they are connected to a degree, but I think the one thing that everyone hated about college sports 10 years ago, maybe less than that, 5 years ago, was the fact that these kids were not getting money, so they were doing things to get money, which was causing them to get suspended or lose their scholarships.
That's right.
The other thing they didn't like was the fact that the kids, if they wanted to go to a new school because they didn't like the coach or something like that, they could transfer, but they had to wait a full year and sit out. That wasn't fair. And then the problem is we went from 0 to 100 really quick. We went from like, oh, I don't want to go to Baylor. Okay, well, where do you want to go? Cincinnati. Okay, well, I didn't like Cincinnati either. I still have another transfer. I'm going to use that too. It's like 3 schools in 3 years. Like that seems like you're abusing the system. And then you look at NIL deals, and it's like, well, this kid going to BYU is making $7 million to play basketball there. Okay, they got money. This kid's good. They want to pay him $7 million. Whatever. Then you have these people that are like, oh, they go there for like 1 year, then they leave. And it's like, well, if you want to have some sort of, cap on it, don't have caps, have contracts. Have NIL contracts. Have something where it's like, hey, this is, let's just say Jersey Mike's is a sponsor for a kid that goes to Kansas. And he's like, yeah, you can do it, but it's a 2-year deal. If you opt out after a year, that deal is gone, which I think makes perfect sense. Yeah, you're not the school anymore. You don't represent what we're NIL for, so you don't get it anymore. You don't get paid in full right away.
Right,
and I think that's how NIL works right now, is that you sign up, here's your full amount of money. I don't think it's like a process of payments.
I never even really thought about how they pay them. Yeah.
Right, and I think it is like all upfront, guaranteed money. Here it is. Here's how it works. I'm pretty sure. So it's like, oh, he said he was.
Well, now that they become employees of the university, they're probably going to pay them like they pay us every 2 weeks or something like that, which is the smart way to do it because helps with the budgeting,
But I think we're maybe seeing Deion kind of have a little bit of fear of like what Colorado will be. Like,
absolutely, it is.
He had the number 2 overall pick and the Heisman Trophy winner. Right. He had his son, sure, but they were good. They weren't great. They changed the way that franchise was in Colorado from a putrid team to an easy win on your schedule to, hey, we can win 6-7 games a year, maybe make a bowl game, not win one of them, but we at least changed the steps. And it's like, was that the ceiling for Deion?
It may have been, and I think that's. I
hope not, because he's great for the sport.
No, he's phenomenal for the sport. I hope he's here for another 30 years, right? Like, but I look at those comments, and I've been around this game long enough to realize when you start to hear this kind of stuff, there's underlying issues. And when Deion is talking about a cap, he's saying that because he knows he's not going to get that NIL money that he needs, and he can see his own, kind of future of going, my kid's gone and, Travis Hunter's gone. I need money now, guys, because now he's no longer the mentors of all these guys that he had early in life. He's now got to go out and recruit other dudes that maybe he doesn't have relationships with. And it doesn't matter that you're Deion Sanders anymore. It matters how big a check you're going to write. And Deion knows that. And so he needs the money. And so those comments to me, I think that's a very big foreshadow right there of what's to come with Colorado and what's to come with Deion Sanders. I don't know that thing's going to last forever. I hope it does. It may not last after this season. If he's not getting the money that he wants in order to put the program together where he feels it's going to be competitive, he's going to walk away and Colorado's going to be back to being a nobody again.
Yeah, because we're rewarding money and not good leadership and good coaches and actual football teams.
That is the other thing. Like you used to talk about all these great coaches anymore. How often are we going to talk about great coaches anymore in college sports? I mean, there's really not many of them left to even know at this point in time in both basketball and football. It's been a constant turnover. I mean, Kay and Roy and all these guys saw it coming, man, and they're like, we're out, Saban. All these guys jumped ship because they didn't want to deal with it. They've been able to do whatever they want, sneaking bags of money to people all over the place, and nobody's saying anything. Now that it's a level playing field, people don't want it, but it really isn't a level playing field because if you don't have the boosters that are going to give the money for you to be able to give to the players, you're out of luck, pal.
Maybe it's foreshadowing of what the MLB is because the MLB needs a salary cap. and it's not fun because it is always the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Red Sox,
Yeah,
the Mets.
that's where this is headed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I gave you guys a little something to watch during the break. It's called Would You? So check that out before Bob tells you about his lovely people at Aspen. We come back, we talk about the draft and what these Royals team could be doing in the future here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Matt Quattrero, and you're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, I had a great experience with Aspen Lawn and Pest Control yesterday. Not that every experience isn't great, but yesterday was one of those moments where I realized these guys are the best at what they do in Kansas City, and I'm so glad that I have them working on my yard. I see the truck pull up yesterday, so I go out and talk to Jake, and he's out there, and I go, what are you doing today, Jake? And he goes, well, we're putting down a little bit of fertilizer to make sure everything lasts throughout the summer, make sure everything's good all summer long. I'm like, cool. He goes, all right, what else do you need? I go, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the best way to kind of go about watering this grass. He goes, have you thought about a tripod sprinkler? I'm like, no, I never really have thought about that. He goes, here, think about a tripod sprinkler and get a timer as well for your hose so it goes on. You don't have to worry about it. I'm like, cool, that's awesome. I love that idea. About 10 minutes later, I get a text. It's Jake from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control sending me links to the right sprinklers to buy and the best timer to buy. That's what Aspen Lawn and Pest Control is all about. They take care of the lawn, but they also take care of their customers as well. They're great with customer service. I love it, and I can't wait for today. They're coming back out today to put the mosquito dome out to keep those mosquitoes away, to keep the ticks away, to keep the fleas away, and we can sit out back and enjoy our yard. They're going to give you up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So don't wait. Visit them now at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health. And if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At Heartland Men's Health, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you 2 of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. One ring, one final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
Missouri sports fans, I got great news for you. Underdog is now available to play in your state, and you can go yard all baseball season long with Underdog's Champions Game. As we get ready to roll into the 4th of July holiday, the baseball action is heating up, and Underdog is a leading place to make all of your sports selections. To play, all you have to do is download the app and choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats. You can choose from things like home runs, total bases, and so much more. And once that entry feels good, you can play with as little as $1, and if you get everything right, you could win up to 1,000 times your money. Maybe it's time for Vinny Pasquantino to start heating up, and you love the over on his total bases this weekend. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code BOB to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit with promo code BOB. Must be 18 and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See UnderdogFantasy.com/web/deposit-match-terms. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to top shelf spirits and cocktails served over ice balls. Local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails round out an adventurous drink menu, second to none. And don't forget about our 29-degree man-sized drafts. Our happy hour will have you coming back for more. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 35 southbound, heavy from South 7th Street, traffic way down past Mission with an accident that at last check was blocking the left shoulder. Heading out of downtown, 70 eastbound, very heavy from 71 over past Prospect, where you're down to one lane with construction. Alan Card, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Delivers and Kagleon blasts it. Deep center field. Cruz is back. He looks up. It's way out of here. Jack Kagleon's second home run at Kauffman Stadium is a moonshot to dead center. 466 feet. 110.8 off the bat. Whoa. A two-run homer for Jack Kagleon. The Royals lead 3-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Yahtzee. I think we were all Jake Eisenberg, who you heard there on the Royals broadcast that you can listen to on 96.5 The Fan. Though, whoa! I remember last night I was sitting in my living room and I had one of those, oh my effing gosh moments. And that's something you love to see, right? That's something that we promised. There's going to be one of those moments where Kag's going to hit one of those, skyscraper type of bombs, and that went off the bat. That went above the batter's eye, back in that little wedge that they showed last night. And you can tell that Bally's has that new graphic where they can kind of 3D it and show you actually where it lands. If you want, and they showed it. It's just a mesmerizing shot last night from Jack Kagleon, and it's something we talked about on Tuesday, or I guess Wednesday. We brought up with Q in the interview about how that at bat the night before that got Garcia to third might have been more important than the home run that he had hit in the previous at bats in that night. And then last night, steps up to the plate, hits one of those polarizing shots that put you in Eisenberg's spot right there, where you're like, wow, that's raw power. Even though Salvador Perez was the hero last night, and you put all that together with a decent start from Chris Bubich. And the Royals win, and they sweep the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And you kind of want your captain to be your hero every once in a while, too, especially with the season that he's had, and everybody saying he's washed. And text line wanted him traded this morning from Vern's show last night. It appeared, and some of the other stuff that people have been saying about Salvi. We want to kick our athletes to the curb so fast, right? We never want to give anybody time, and that's the thing with baseball. It's a game of time. You have to have time. You have to have the ability to sit back and watch the day go by, really, to be a baseball fan, because that's the way way the sport is. And with Jack Kagleon, people wanted this guy to come up here and hit home runs right from the start. It doesn't work that way. Major League Baseball is the hardest sport to break in. What I said, like I was in St. Louis. But it's the hardest sport in which to break into. I mean, no other sport has the minor leagues like baseball does, right? It's so hard to be a successful big league player. Failure at 70% of the time is a Hall of Famer in the game. And so that's why you got to give these guys time and opportunity. And quite honestly, it's why you can't live baseball day to day. I think you drive yourself nuts living baseball day to day and worrying about the day-to-day minutia of things. You take it in 10-game chunks. And now Jack Kagleon is starting to heat up a little bit. And that's a good thing. And that's great. And that's why we were talking about it earlier in the week. We're not sending this guy down to the minors. There's no reason to send Jack Kagleon to the minors. He'll learn at the big league level. He'll get more experience failing and learning from his failures at the big league level than he will going down to the minor leagues and hitting home runs off of players you've never heard of and never will see ever again. So that's working out the way we exactly said it would. He'd be fine at the big league level. And he's got the ability now to hit the home run. He's got the ability now to see himself hitting the home run. And he's got to have a much clearer head than he did even just 2 days ago when we were talking about him. And so that's why you leave him up at the big league level. He's not going to gain anything from AAA Omaha anymore. He's going to learn here at the big league level, and it's starting to pay off.
Back-to-back nights they won in walk-off fashion. It always seemed like everybody was walking off against the Royals. The Royals walk off Pittsburgh twice. They sweep the series. Like you had said yesterday, keep bad teams bad, keep losing teams losing. It's not their fault they played Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh just swept the team about a week ago that's getting ready to come into Kansas City, which is the Mets. And I know there's a lot of people, you're probably one of them as well, that, it's fun to watch them sweep Pittsburgh, but it's even better to see how you handle the teams like the Mets, who are 53-39. Currently in second place, but only a half game behind the leader in their division, whereas the Royals are currently in second place, but 13 games behind Detroit. Royals 46-48. You win 2 out of 3, you're 48-49 going into the All-Star break, which is essentially week 9, week 10 of the NFL season.
Well, you're 100 games in essentially on Sunday. 90 will be 90. Can you believe that?
96, 97,
97 games in on Sunday.
Right.
Sunday will be the 97th game. So you're 10 games into an NFL season. You kind of know where you are. You got 7 weeks to go, and now it's a sprint. Obviously, to the end, you're going to try to add some pieces to this puzzle. But you've got an opportunity against the Mets. I think this is a great opportunity for the Royals because they've got today off, right? And they'll do their Diamond of Dreams thing tonight out at Kauffman Stadium, and so the players will be involved in that, but they get a night off. Today, the Mets are playing 2 games in Baltimore against a bad Orioles team in an environment that is as humid as all get out, right? They were supposed to play last night. They were supposed to have a day game today and then leave Baltimore early and get to Kansas City in a reasonable hour. Now they're playing a game at the time when they were supposed to be taking off from the airport in Baltimore. So now the Mets are going to be coming in here off of 2 games in one day against the Orioles, where the Royals had an off day. The Mets are going to be pissed about that because nobody wants to land at 3 a.m. and go to a hotel and do, all that stuff, regardless if you're traveling with a major league team or not. It's still 3 o'clock in the morning. And so they're not going to be well rested. The Royals should be well rested and ready to go for this series and have an opportunity to take advantage of the Mets, because I look at the Mets kind of like one of those teams, like when it's going good, it's great. Everything's wonderful. But the minute it goes bad, it's going to go bad really, really fast on that team. And I think we're starting to kind of see that a little bit. You mentioned getting swept by the Pirates. Now having a doubleheader in Baltimore today when the Royals have an off day, this is a good opportunity to take advantage of the Mets. Sometimes it's not who you play, it's when you play them. And I think they're getting the Mets, a very good baseball team right now, record-wise, at a great time for the Royals.
Royals in their last 10 are 7-3. The Mets are 5-5. The Mets in their last 20 are 8-12. The Royals are 10-10 in their last 20 games. So the other one that sticks out is 23-24 at home, 23-24 on the road. So consistent, I guess, but almost 500 all the way around. So we move on to the draft, and you say you hope that they draft this kid because of the name?
Because of the name. I have no idea who the hell he is.
No one does.
No, nobody
He's a high
does.
schooler.
Yeah, nobody. You may know the Holiday kid or whoever else in the Major League
pitcher
Baseball
from LSU
draft,
and the kid
LSU
from
kid.
Arkansas through the no-hitter.
Exactly.
Right.
And after that,
Sharon Wood, is that his name?
Yeah, exactly.
Or something like that.
Something like that. So what's it called? Baseball America, which I love for the minor league stuff and draft because they know better than I do, and all of us, quite honestly, maybe better than some of the teams. They have the Royals taking somebody named Cruz Schoolcraft. Don't you want that guy on the team? Left-handed pitcher from Portland, Oregon, Cruz Schoolcraft.
I wish his name was Cruz Steven.
because we have a Steven Cruz, and you have both of them together where like they could just flop jerseys and you wouldn't know who's who.
And it's Cruz, Kruz, too. I think that's a cool spelling of the name.
Cruz Schoolcraft. Out of Sunset High School in Portland.
Yeah.
You ever been to Portland?
I have.
Of course you have. You've been everywhere but Alaska and Hawaii.
Yeah.
Portland's fun.
Yeah. A lot of
where you go.
A lot of let's just say a lot of homeless with drugs though, so you got to be careful. You step over them, and when they pee, you got to step over the pee. But that's the West Coast.
Yeah. And then we had the other thing that was announced yesterday with baseball is that they're going to use the ABS system for the All-Star game. Mm-hmm. Fans, yes, we all agree there. We're all good on that.
I've not heard one fan say they're really against the ABS. And if you are, but he even gave some wiggle room there, like defiant, like this will ruin the game. I think anybody who's seen the ABS in person understands this is one of the greatest innovations that we've seen in professional sports in our lifetimes. This is going to be something that is going to be spectacular. And Major League Baseball knows the fans are going to love it. That's why they're doing it in the All-Star game. They're assembling their masses along the lines of who's going to win the lockout that's going to come after the 26th season. The owners will be locking the players out. I saw a story yesterday about that from one of the baseball insiders, may have been Kirkchin or somebody of that nature, where they're planning to lock the players out. That's a tool. They have the opportunity to use that. They're going to use that. But they're also trying to curry favor with the fans on the owner's side of things by rolling out the ABS because a lot of the players apparently are complaining and bitching about that for whatever reason. But the fans are going to love it. And the fans are really, 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 really going to enjoy this rule once they see it in the All-Star game. And I think it's one of those things where they're kind of just setting up the masses for negotiation ploys,
Yeah. So not necessarily breaking news, but Trey Smith, the right guard for the Kansas City Chiefs, is on the Love of My Life show Up and Adams with Kay Adams. And, of course, she asked all the hard-hitting questions. She asked about motivation, but she also asked about the contract extension, and this is the audio that was there today.
I leave it to the hands of my agents and, obviously the front office staff of the Chiefs are elite. And, at the end of the day, I just let them take care of it. I just have to focus on being the best version of myself, being the best football player, and being prepared for training camp because St. Joe's is around the corner. That's going to be we don't want to talk about that right now.
One more time for those of you hard hearing in the back. Does he say St. Joe's?
I leave it to the hands of my agents and, obviously the front office staff of the Chiefs are elite. And, at the end of the day, I just let them take care of it. I just have to focus on being the best version of myself, being the best football player, and being prepared for training camp because St. Joe's is around the corner. That's going to be we don't want to talk about that right now.
So Camp Hell is basically what that place is.
Yeah, nobody wants to go there.
That's so crazy because – define irony. A place nobody wants to go, but comes out as a complete team.
That's right.
It's so crazy.
Nobody wants to be there.
No, they hate it. Yeah, because they know what it means. It's where Andy Reid finds out if you're a man or you're a champion. I know that's not normal to say into the cliche, but they separate the men from the boys at camp, and they separate the men from the champions at camp.
And you wonder why the Chiefs are always on top, right? Because they bust their ass in training camp when everybody else is doing the country club atmosphere.
Staying in their own bed.
Yeah, where the Cowboys go. They go out to California, and they put on a show out there, and it's nice.
But they have to earn their star.
Right. I think that was just the Bill Parcells thing.
Okay.
I think the Rams are going to Hawaii this year for training camp for a little bit, and so the Chiefs go to St. Joe, Missouri, where nobody wants to be ever, whether it's training camp or not. There's nothing up there.
Middle of America.
I mean, right, 100 degrees, 1,000% humidity. You know that feeling when you're up there. It's just a miserable, you can smell the hate in the air. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I don't want to go out there. It reminds me of being in high school and having 2-a-days again, and I don't want to do this, and you're tired and you're exhausted. But it builds that character, and it's hard to argue when you're going to Super Bowl after Super Bowl after Super Bowl.
Obviously he's saying the best PR response there is. I'm letting my agents take control of it. I trust the Chiefs front office and just try to be the best that I can be. But I still think, and he just said he's going to St. Joe. He's not going to hold out. He's not going to do all this stuff. I think.
Well, today.
Yeah, and he's got what
2 weeks,
the 15th until the
15th. He has to sign
or play the whole season under the franchise tag.
That's 5 days. What's that? Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, Monday's the 14th. Tuesday's the All-Star game, which is the 15th.
Yeah.
So will we know if he signs a contract before we hear the starting lineups of the All-Star game?
Yeah, I don't know.
Your mind says no, but your heart says hopefully.
Well, I listened to him there. He gave credit to he called the Chiefs front office staff all-stars or whatever.
I leave it to the hands of my agents and, obviously the front office staff of the Chiefs are elite. And, at the end of the day, I just let them take care of it. I just have to focus on being the best version of myself, being the best football player, and being prepared for training camp because St. Joe's is around the corner. That's going to be we don't want to talk about that right now.
Does that sound like a guy who's concerned to you?
No.
That doesn't sound like a guy who's concerned to me either.
He also sounds very well polished in that response. Like, hey, when they ask you this, which she's going to, just say you trust your agents, you trust the Chiefs, and that you're just trying to be the best of yourself. Okay, sounds good. Because I don't really, I know it was not that long ago, but I don't really remember like a whole lot of Chris Jones stuff. I know he was just like, I love the Chiefs, I love Kansas City, I want to play there. Like those cliches.
Yeah, we were telling him at the time, like, stop talking, Chris, you're ruining your bargaining power because they know you want to be here, right? Yeah.
And, he trusts his team. He trusts the team of the Chiefs and their front office. And like I said, I think they will. I think what do you got? You think he signs his contract before the 15th deadline?
My gut would say yes. I do.
I'm getting a lot of radio silence on this one. So I kind of feel like maybe we are getting closer. But again, I don't. Last two years ago, was it when the Chris Jones thing was 2 years ago, right? There wasn't a lot of radio silence. There was like, I think we're close type stuff, and then it never got there. This one is a lot of radio silence right now. So I don't know. I don't know what that means, and I don't know how people read into that and whatnot. But of course, it's also the dead period of time, and people are on the beach and doing their thing. But this is something that needs to get figured out in the next couple of days. I mean, we want everything now. We'll know in this time next week. We'll be sitting here this time next week. We'll know exactly what the future is.
We're all
for Trey
Veruca
Smith, right?
Saltz. I want it now.
Yeah.
I want to know now.
Yeah.
Who's the starting 4 receivers? I want to know now.
I don't think he'd be this positive, this optimistic if they weren't actually close, and he didn't really think they were going to get this done.
And I'm not trying to flex, but we've had interviews and talks with Trey Smith before. That sounds just like Trey Smith on and off the field. Like that's exactly what he sounds like all the time. Very positive, very upright. So maybe that's just him.
Yep.
Right? Like Chris Jones, kind of the same way, like Stone Cold Jones, man, Sack Nation. And then it's just like you hear him talk off the field. He's like, yeah, I want to be the best, man. I want to be paid. And then you hear Trey Smith. He's like, yeah, we go out there, we play hard, and we just do that. And I trust my front office, and I trust my team. It's like that's like kind of the same. They're the same person on and off the field. But I do believe that look, he's earned his contract, and I think the Chiefs know that.
He has.
The Chiefs know that. He knows that.
Yeah.
He's a big dude. He's a big part of this offensive line. He knows that he's protecting one of the best quarterbacks in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
The only thing that concerns me is that he does have the 3 rings or the 2 rings. And he's got 2 championships. He's done
so chasing the bag.
Yeah, why not, man? 25 years old.
Yes.
You missed out on the draft bag. Now you can go out there and get the career bag and be like, hey, man, somebody with a good quarterback is going to give me money, so I'm going to have another chance to keep winning because nobody that has a bad quarterback is going to go out there and be like, we need a right guard. Like, they need a left tackle or a right tackle.
Right.
Whereas, like, right now, somebody that's got, look, Chicago, Caleb Williams, they signed a guard that the Chiefs didn't want to sign. He has nothing to prove other than money. Now, 10 years older than Trey Smith,
Yeah,
so I get
older,
why.
yeah.
But
That's why
this
you
is
make that trade.
Also, Trey Smith on motivation for a team after a Super Bowl loss.
Yeah, I think you need losses in life to learn from it. You need losses to create. You need adversity to create endurance. It helps build character from that as well. And if you go and win, you don't have any negativity that comes in your way. You get used to it. You become complacent. And I think that's the beautiful thing about a loss. It taught us how much it hurt to lose comparatively to how great it felt to win. I hate losing more than winning. If that makes sense.
Yeah. What's the lesson in last year then in that loss?
I think the lesson is finish. For me personally, just finish strong. We got to that point. We battled every single game to get to the Super Bowl 3 years consecutively.
Wins.
Yeah. And, we still fell short, and that's something that, I have to reflect on. How could I have been better in the Super Bowl to help my team win? And, all of our guys, obviously, once again, it's a bad taste in our mouth, but we just want to come back and be more effective, and we want to hoist that Lombardi.
Do you feel like this was like a loss that's going to propel the next 3 wins? Like, is that how it feels? That's sort of how I'm looking at it. Like, not that you needed the loss, but that this loss will sort of be the trajectory for the next 5 years of the Patrick Mahomes and Trey Smith era if Veach gets this thing done, which he needs to get done.
Yeah, I think it's definitely it's going to be a reminder. And once again, like that feeling we had at the end of the season, and just hearing about it a lot in the off season, and it's just like, man, it's definitely gonna fuel the fire that's already within us that we want to go get it done.
Sounds like a guy that wants to be a Chief for life.
It also sounds like a team that's ready to go 17-0 and kick everybody's ass too, right? Like
the quote that he says is what we talk about all the time on the show. Sometimes you got to get beat to come back stronger, right? And that's exactly what they want. Like, you got to think about those guys in that draft, which was like McDuffie and Karlaftis and all those guys. They don't know what losing in the Super Bowl felt like until February.
They don't know what not getting to the Super Bowl feels like.
Right. And you look at Trey Smith and those guys when they were drafted after that Tampa Bay loss, and then they lost in the AFC Championship game, and then they won 2 Super Bowls in a row, and it felt great, and then it was, back to reality. There goes gravity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like that's one thing that they have to realize is that there are other teams that are good too that can win this thing. And if you want to be that team all the time, you don't have to be better than everybody else, but you have to consistently be better than everybody else.
Yeah, you do. And it's hard to do it, too. I mean, what the Chiefs have done over the last 7 years, and really what the Patriots did for a while, too, and for 20 years, I mean, it's remarkable because every year you have to be better than you were the season before because everybody's gunning for you. Staying on top and being number one and being the best is not an easy thing to do. It requires a hell of a lot more work because everybody's coming after you. There's no off days. And then you start to think about all the games that they've played on top, right? Like Patrick Mahomes has 17 wins in the playoffs. There's 17 games in the regular season. So they have played an entire season plus, right? An entire season plus. So Patrick Mahomes has played, 7 years in the NFL? He's really played 8+ years now in the NFL.
This is year 9.
This is year 9.
So he's played eight years.
But he's really played 9 seasons because he's 17-3, right, in the playoffs, or 17-4, whatever it is.
17-4, yep.
So he's played 21 playoff games. That's a season and a quarter. So he's played 9 1/4 seasons already as an NFL quarterback. People don't factor that in. He has an entire season of playoff games.
What's more important? What's more impressive with Patrick Mahomes' record before we get to a break? The fact that he's won 17 playoff games, or the fact that his 4 losses are Super Bowl, overtime, and AFC Championship game? Those are his 4 losses. Not like a first-round bounce.
Yeah, no.
Not a divisional round bounce. Literally 2 overtime losses in the AFC Championship game and 2 Super Bowl losses. Or 17 wins. Like, that's crazy.
I don't even know how to answer that question. Like
17 wins would be me, but yeah, it is both.
No, it is both because tomorrow I would say, I mean, those 4 losses are pretty impressive. Like, everything he does is impressive. I mean, like, what are we doing here? You know, like, everything this guy does is impressive. And people are like, well, I think Josh Allen's better. Okay, take a seat. But have a seat with your Lamar Jacksons and your Joe Burrows and whoever else you think is better than Patrick Mahomes. The guy has played 21 playoff games, guys. And I mean, it's just, it's insane. People do never, ever, ever consider that as the wear and tear for Patrick Mahomes. Oh, yeah, he's only been in the league 9 years, but he's played 10 years worth of games.
And sidebar, Kay Adams, such a good interviewer. Just having a conversation with Trey there. She obviously has, like we all do, have a million questions that we're set to ask. You've thought about this interview, know this player. He gives you an answer that you don't necessarily weren't ready for. Hey, hold off on that next question that you have on your pad. Ask what he just said. And now they had a 2-minute conversation and some pretty good quotes. What could have been just a 20-second generic answer. Kay Adams turned into 2 minutes of good content.
Well, I tell the people all the time, they go, what's the most important part of your job? Listening is the most important part of your job, because if you're not listening to what somebody's saying, you may miss something very important to move on to the next topic for. You've got to constantly be listening to what everybody says. You never know when somebody's going to say something, just like Kay Adams. I mean, that's what makes a good interviewer, is just listening to what somebody says and following up on some of that stuff. Just because you have questions doesn't mean you got to ask them. Sometimes they lead you down a path.
That's right.
Hello, America.
We get into what Eli might or might not do with those Giants on the other side here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fesco and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens, and you know baseball is continuing to roll on. The weather is getting nicer, and this season we're bringing you the proud partner of your Kansas City Royals, Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, Surfside Lemonade Vodka. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with a day at the K or on that patio. Find it in Kauffman Stadium all season long. Surfside is only 100 calories per serving, and the best part, 0 bubbles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy while you're at the game. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor stores. You must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly.
Say hello to Wendy's new 2-for-4 Biggie Bundle. Choose from the JBC made with fresh, never frozen beef, crispy chicken sandwich, 6-piece nugs, or small soft drink. Any 2 for just $4. It's like the reunion special you've been waiting for, but the only drama is watching you try to pick just two. For a deal as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Request 2 for $4 Biggie Bundles to obtain discounts. Individual items at regular price. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Baseball season is in full swing, and that means the summer heat is coming. The guys at Climate Control have been serving KC homeowners for over 35 years and know how to get your cooling system ready to handle our scorching hot summer weather. Stay cool and comfortable this summer. Call Climate Control today at 816-265-2830 and schedule your AC system tune-up for just $59. Don't wait. Visit ClimateControlKC.com today. Climate Control Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Hi, this is Megan, your friend and jeweler from Shane Company. Did you know not all warranties are created equal? At Shane Company, our free lifetime warranty is all-inclusive and even protects the diamond in your engagement ring. We can offer such an incredible warranty because our rings are crafted to last a lifetime. As your friend and jeweler, our gift to you is peace of mind. At Shane Company, we also cover unlimited repairs, resizings, and cleanings for free for life, saving you thousands over time. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
O'Reilly. Did you know 1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced? O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free in or out of your vehicle. We can help you find the best battery for your vehicle and budget. O'Reilly Auto Parts has batteries starting at just $89.99. Get your battery tested for free today at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
On Friday, July 11th, Netflix and Most Valuable Promotions bring you 2 of the fiercest female athletes on the planet. 1 ring, 1 final chapter. Katie Taylor is chasing ultimate glory. Amanda Serrano is fighting for redemption and revenge. This is more than a fight. It's the first ever women's boxing trilogy, and the world is watching. The stakes higher than ever. The rivalry legendary. Who will win? Don't miss this epic showdown live from Madison Square Garden in New York City. Watch Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano, Friday, July 11th at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Netflix.
You had a solid retirement dream. Sell your home in a few years, bank the equity, downsize, and travel. But with an unpredictable economy and the future feeling uncertain, you're wondering if that equity will still be there when you're ready. But what if you could bank that equity right now? With TrueHold, you could sell your home for its current value so you can access your equity today. You can bank the cash now and stay in the home you love with an easy standard lease. TrueHold even covers property taxes, insurance, and repairs. And since TrueHold hands over your equity in cash now, it's yours to do whatever you'd like. Don't let a shifting economy put your hard-earned equity at risk. Visit TrueHold.com and receive their competitive offer on your home in just 48 hours based on its best current value, not what's coming. Call 1-855-300-9393 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without moving. That's TrueHold.com.
Royals coverage sponsored by Renner Garage Door, forward and back, RENNER.
Almost Andy Reid here. Renner Garage Door has proudly served KC for nearly 70 years. Get your free estimate today, RENNER, forward and back.
RENNER, RENNER.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Heading out of downtown, 70 eastbound, still heavy from around the Paseo over past Prospect, and then off again on again heavy out to 23rd Street with construction down to one lane. Kansas side, 35 southbound, slows before Mission with an accident past Mission, now blocking the left lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back here on Fresco and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan. McMurray with you. Royals sweep the Pirates. Win last night 4-3.
Smash.
Won the previous night and the previous night. That's how you sweep a team. Keep bad teams losing. We'll continue to talk more Royals a little bit later on. But Eli says he's not going to buy the Giants.
His comment was so good. He goes, yeah, they want me to buy 1%, but 1% of $10 billion valuation is a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. What's 1% of 10 billion? 10 million?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. I could 100 million. I don't know. I honestly have no idea. But when like former NFL quarterbacks are now balking because it's too expensive to buy 1% of an NFL team, that tells you where the values of these teams are right now. And that's why, when they're going to sell the team, that's when the owners make their money. They're not really making the money while owning the team. They make the money when they can sell the team. But what they're finding out is a lot of these guys are getting older. They have not had the opportunity to enjoy their money. So they're going to sell parts of the team off so they can get some of that money back and enjoy that money before they die.
Yeah. And I mean, it says right here in the article that the Giants are currently worth $7.3 billion with an estimated total of $7.85 billion.
Yeah.
Basically, it's too expensive for me, which is hilarious what he says. Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah,
Who's going to be able to afford these teams, though? I mean, if you're, not the head of Amazon or something like that, like it's going to be a lot of what we see with the Royals and where a lot of people come together and pool their money to buy these franchises because they are so expensive. I mean, when the Giants were founded in 1925, it cost $500 for the team. It's now worth $7.5 billion. That's a hell of a return on your investment back in the day, right? So that's how you make your money when you sell. But you're going to get to the point now where all these guys have owned these teams for their entire lives. There's nobody rich enough to buy them. They want to leave them for their kids, but they also want to take some money out. So they're going to find some people along the way to try to buy 5% here, 10% there. We've seen a couple of Tom Brady, for example. Who else has done this recently? Didn't somebody else just recently go in with the Lions? And
well, there's Rodriguez, right? He's with the Timberwolves, right?
Minnesota.
Oh, A-Rod. No, but he's a real owner. I'm talking about like athletes that have bought little portions of NFL
gotcha.
teams.
Well, he is a part owner.
NFL
he's part of an owner group, so he's a part owner. But yeah.
What, Mahomes has stock in Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati?
Exactly. He has all of those. Yeah. The only team that Mahomes doesn't have ownership in is the Chiefs, quite honestly. He's got Sporting, he's got the Royals, and he's got the Current.
Can you not be a part owner as a current athlete?
I don't know the answer to that question. I think we're getting to the point now where the dollars are so big, nobody's going to care anymore. But like maybe
they
that's
didn't
a salary.
Let Tom Brady do it. That was the whole thing.
When he was playing?
They came down on that rule. Like he's an owner, and there were rumors about him coming back, and they came down and said if he's an owner, he cannot play.
He cannot play. They did say that?
They said that.
Well, I think it's going to – I would imagine that eventually changes. But you know what? That's way around the salary cap, though, too, because Clark Hunt could say to Patrick Mahomes, I can't pay you cash, but I can give you 5% of the team. Well, hell, you'll take that.
Got to figure out how to make money on this. I really want to. That's right. Travis Kerner, baby.
Yeah.
This is a good point from the text line. Do you think that NFL team stock will ever become public stock?
Well, I mean, you have the Packers, kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a scam.
My ass, you do.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, that's kind of a scam.
Just like you got season tickets at Lawrence and Allen Fieldhouse. You're on a list that you'll never be alive to see your name get to the top.
Yeah, one of those things. Like those. So those people do have that stock in the Packers. I wouldn't want it that way, quite honestly. We don't need fans having any say in what's going on with these organizations. But eventually maybe you'd buy shares in it and we were talking yesterday about Livy Dunn and how that's a co-op in New York and you don't buy the apartment, you just buy shares of the building. Maybe that would be something that they would do where you don't have like a voting say or anything like that and it's still run by the Hunt family, but people could buy shares just to generate more money because that's what these teams need right now. The salary cap keeps going up. The media bubble is there. there for now, but it ain't going to be there forever. How do you generate more revenues? That's why we talk about the new stadiums all the time, because that's the way you generate revenues to keep your team solvent, you know?
You gave us 20 seconds to say who you would like to see as a former Chiefs player be part ownership for the Chiefs. Go.
Jared Allen.
Okay.
Oh, I almost chose him.
Really?
That's a good one. I really
just think
did
it would be
about
fun.
that. Yeah.
Like, I just picture who I want to see in the owner's box yucking it up. And like Jared Allen just fits for me.
It would be super fun.
I
He'd be
guarantee you there'd be a guy coming out on a horse.
Yeah, right?
We'd have the ATV back for sure.
Yeah, he'd be hog tying the opponent's thing, but don't worry about it. I signed up for it. I own it.
Yeah, like that for me, I
Yeah.
just think Jared would be a lot of fun to have in that position.
I agree. I was thinking on the same ilk. I went with Travis Kelce kind of
But he's not a
that
former
reason.
Chief, though.
He will be.
Well, but he's not now, and that's why I took that. I said former Chief.
Tony Gonzalez.
Tony G.
And I even bolded it and said
He did
former
capitalize
Chief.
it. Well, I'm copying you, Jared Allen. There it is. Jared Allen.
All right,
I'm
fine.
with You and me.
Who do you have?
How about Alex Smith?
That's a good one.
That's a great one.
The good face
Yes.
of your team, you know?
That's legit owner. Jared Allen.
Yeah.
a little bit less.
Super intelligent.
Yep.
Passionate.
Mm-hmm.
Loves this place. Gave this team basically the future, right? Taught Mahomes everything. Was a Band-Aid before the whole thing really started to explode. And I think that's a guy that everybody would get behind. Like, oh, wow, Alex Smith, part owner. Love that. Knows how this system rolls. Knows Andy. Knows Brett. Knows Clark, Mark, all these guys. Knows Kansas City area. Lived here.
Yeah.
Obviously,
good one.
former Chiefs do. And he was here for a good amount of time. And knows what it's like to build this thing up and what it's like when it is at the top. So, I mean, you look at Alex Smith, man, I think that's my answer. Jared Allen's not a bad
mold.
one.
Jared Allen doesn't fit the mold of an NFL owner, though, but Alex Smith 100% definitely does. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you see Alex Smith running a team or doing something like not the GM side, but like the president, like a Mark Donovan type role. Because Alex Smith ain't going to go back and make 6 cents on the dollar being a coach and anything of that nature. Those guys don't get paid enough for what they made in the NFL. But if you're the CEO of an NFL franchise, I mean, I could absolutely see Alex Smith being something like that. I think Jared Allen would just be fun. I mean, that's all. I just want fun, you know.
You guys
Alex Smith was never fun. Jared Allen was fun, you know.
You want to hear my version of fun, then let Dwayne Bowe be part of it.
There you go. I'm fine with that, too. I think that's a great answer.
Keep the team in Missouri, then.
Yeah.
Dwayne Bowe breaks record as the drum honorary banger every game for 18 straight games.
Yeah. It would be a lot of fun to have as the owner of the team.
Bo's
right?
Box. That's where I'd want to be every game.
Yeah. Bo's Hot Box, I tell you.
Where Sonic is always open.
Get a big Sonic sponsorship right under his sleeve.
Hell yeah,
you know?
dude.
Have to.
Speaking of Sonic, $1.49 mozzarella cheese sticks today.
How many do you
why'd
get for
you-
$1.49? 4 for $1.49? That's good.
Pretty good.
You can get 8 for $3.50.
Do me a favor right now, both of you, and everybody listening, if you're not driving. There's a restaurant out of Pittsburgh called Eaton Park, EATN Park, and they sell fried mozzarella. Please look at that on their menu and tell me if you would be enjoying that. And the only reason I know this is because I had the Pittsburgh feed on to hear what they were going to say a couple nights ago about the Royals, and they had this commercial for this place called Eaton Park. And it's out of Pittsburgh. And on their menu, the appetizer section, it says fried mozzarella. It looks disgusting to me. Like big blocks of fried cheese.
Their tenders look amazing. They have a quart of they have pints and quarts of mac and cheese.
Yeah, this place does look pretty good.
It looks like a Tasty Freeze on steroids.
I don't know what it looks like to me.
Yeah, you don't like that. Yeah, you're not into the. These are kind of chody. These are big and chunky.
Yeah.
You say Cody?
Chody.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Cody. Yeah. Like that looks like a mozzarella thing you'd have to eat with a knife and fork.
Yeah, you are knife and fork in this.
And I don't want to have to eat fried mozzarella with a knife and fork. Give me the mozzarella sticks where the cheese stretches. You can dip it in the sauce. Like that's how you do the mozzarella. That looks disgusting to me. And I think they also have on that menu, if I'm not mistaken, I may have sent it to you, zucchini lasagna.
Ooh. For sure I'd hit that.
No.
Oh. I just love their tagline. Eaton Park, family restaurants, the place for smiles.
Oh, I like that. Make a little smile as their logo.
56 locations, man. Bring one out here. I'd eat that.
Yeah, I'd eat this.
The mozzarella sticks are interesting, though.
Zucchini lasagna. Yeah, bro, I'm smashing.
You are.
This looks
Fried
good.
zucchini tossed with ricotta and sauce. It just,
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
Smash. I think I'm there. I mean, they have a what's new items, too.
Yeah, I think
that strawberry salad looks delicious. I like pickled onions though.
So, but are they saying like I'm eating and I'm parking and then I'm just eating in my car?
I don't know.
Because I'm not doing that.
No,
I'm not
I don't know
fried
if it's
zucchini puffs.
yeah. I don't know if it's like an old school like the guy comes and puts the thing on your window type of thing, car hop type stuff, or if you eat, it should be park and eat that if you're going in.
I'm eating every single appetizer on their menu.
You'd eat that big block of mozzarella with a knife and fork? Are you out on that?
With my hand.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And you see the teeth marks in that thing? And oh, God.
Cheese curds. They got cheese curds, poutine fries, house-made ranch potato chips, pretzel bites, hand-breaded zucchini, fried pickles, and basket of loaded fries. I'm hungry. I can feel my heart stopping. Coming up on the other side, we get into what this Royals sweep meant and what it could mean moving forward with this team buying, no longer selling. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Michael Waka, and you're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights, at home or at work. We'll make your happy place your own. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
A recent homeowner in Kansas City was trying to sell their home, and that's when they discovered Dawn Sharp. Dawn didn't just list their home, she became their trusted guide through every decision. And the Sharp Homes team can give you options as well. If you want to skip the showings and open houses and go straight to sold, then contact the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home. It's Dawn Sharp and the Sharp Homes team, brokered by Epic Realty. Ask them about their instant offer program. You can Google them at Sharp Homes Team or just pay them a visit at homesforsaleandkc.com.
It's time to have the best steak of your life. Booth Creek Wagyu, KC's premier Wagyu meat market, is changing the way America eats beef. And now you can join the Wagyu revolution at 2 KC locations, 135th and Metcalf and at 95th and Knoll. Whether you're looking to wow your family at a tailgate or sear the best steaks ever on the deck, Booth Creek Wagyu experts are ready to help you pick out something unforgettable. You won't regret it. Booth Creek Wagyu, now with 2 locations, open 7 days a week or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Kansas City. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The Other Place, Shawnee, Olathe, downtown Overland Park, Mission, and Belton. Come hang out on the patio and listen to some great live music at most locations Thursday through Saturdays. Enjoy some great food and also some incredible beer specials. Make The Other Place your summer headquarters. The Other Place and theotherplace.com.
Gear up, race fans. Sioux Cup IndyCar Race Weekend is roaring into Iowa Speedway July 11th to the 13th, featuring the only NTT IndyCar Series doubleheader weekend on the 2025 schedule. Sioux Cup IndyCar Race Weekend has become one of the most anticipated and action-packed events in racing. Tickets are going fast. Score yours today and get ready to feel the rush at the fastest short track on the planet. Visit IndyCar@Iowa.com for tickets. Sioux Cup IndyCar Race Weekend at Iowa Speedway, the ultimate summer racing event.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Royals coverage sponsored by the Show Me Shootout Truck and Tractor Pull on July 19th. The Outlaws are coming. Get ready for the electrifying Show Me Shootout Truck and Tractor Pull, Saturday, July 19th at the Johnson County Fairgrounds. Tickets starting at $20 at the gate. Check out Show Me Shootout Warrensburg, Missouri on Facebook for details.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
70 eastbound out of downtown. Construction slowing things. You're hitting delays around the Paseo off again on again heavy past 23rd Street. Kansas side 35 southbound. Still slow rolling approaching Mission with an accident past Mission blocking the left lane. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
You're listening to the all-new 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Hour here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. McMorey, Bob Fesco, and some Chody Likens, Dusty Likens, with you on 96.5 The Fan. This comes from Bryson before we get into the Royals talk. Everyone says sophomore slumps for Jaden Daniels, maybe. But why does nobody say that could happen for Bo Nix?
Because he's not on the top of everybody's list that we're talking about, I think, right? I think Bo Nix was good last year because nobody really noticed that Bo Nix was playing good football. There was no pressure on Bo Nix out there to play good football, right? There's very, very well could have a sophomore slump. But I think people, number one, he's not as relevant as Jaden Daniels was last year, right? That dude hit the ground running and became a household name in week one. I remember because you were excited in week one about that kid. And so the excitement was there right away. Bo Nix doesn't do anything flashy, does he?
Doesn't have to.
Doesn't have to, right? Just be a quarterback. So,
well, yeah, I also think, you had the Jaden Daniels thing you mentioned, then you had the Caleb Williams kind of juxtaposing that, him kind of failing for all intents and purposes for what the national media's perspective was. Yeah, that kind of took the cake as far as rookie quarterback headlines.
I don't know, man. I don't think that, like you guys say, he's not as flashy, not at the top of the list. Like C.J. Stroud was that guy last year that we want to see if he was going to have a sophomore slump. I'm sure Mahomes was there. I'm sure.
Mahomes was definitely there. Oh, he could have a sophomore slump.
Of course, he's not going to throw for 5,000 touchdowns. So
he hasn't been good since his rookie year. That guy's washed, Carrington. I agree, Rob. He hasn't done anything since the teens.
Oh, gosh.
When's the last time that guy won a Super Bowl, Rob? It's been about 600 days, Carrington. Actually, 700.
Oh, my God. So the Love Island pictures are out, and I can't take Carrington serious.
Oh, I'm excited.
Just go to the Twitter fan page. Go to the 96.5. He's got a puka shell necklace.
Oh, no. Aren't puka shell necklaces washed?
Oh, yeah. Look at our guy.
Let's go.
Oh, my gosh.
Look at this one here.
And then there's Rob. Oh,
and then
man.
there's Maud.
Yeah. And then there's, oh, my God, Vern. Oh, my
Lord.
Lord.
Does Vern have one, too?
Vern's got the cross necklace, bald head, beard, hands in pockets, yellow swimsuit. Vern better win this in a landslide.
Come on, bro.
No. Rob's winning this one, baby. Rob's looks the most normal.
I mean, Carrington's is something else.
Carrington, they widened his head to fit on that body. Seriously, look at Carrington's head. They had to stretch his head to fit on that body.
Oh my Lord! I love it. We do.
I mean, Carrington wishes he looked like that dude. So does Rob. So do I.
I was just saying, so do I. My God, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Please.
We all do, right?
I mean, we could. Just got to put down the fries, man, and the snack wraps that we're going to consume today. Because I'll have a full review of mine today after the show. I'll go grab a
100%.
couple, smash them. There is a trade in baseball from John Heyman. The Rays have acquired reliever Brian Baker from the Orioles. So the Orioles, sell. It's beginning. Our first trade, noticeable trade, I guess. The Rays have acquired a reliever, Brian Baker. Never heard of him. From the Orioles. Robert Murray had it first.
Thank God Robert
got
he's on that.
I mean, thank God that John Heyman's still a good enough guy to be like, this guy had it first. I always love that part of the tweets. We'll get back to some Trey Smith audio that he had on Up and Adams with Kay Adams about a contract extension as well. But the Royals last night, victorious once again. Lots to dive into. Estevez was great again, 25 saves. Lucas Irsay comes back, clean inning, does exactly what you need him to do. Salvador Perez, go-ahead home run in the 8th inning, the bottom of the 8th, for his second home run of the game. What are you more impressed with, right? You more impressed with the fact they swept the Pittsburgh Pirates? Are you more impressed with the fact that the captain has been the captain for at least the month of July, like a captain is, right? Home runs, doubles, game-winning home runs, all that sort of stuff. Or that it looks like Jack is starting to kindly feel like he belongs and he's got his place now.
Actually, I'm more impressed with the way Rob looks in that Love Island picture. He looks the most normal. I shouldn't say this because he's been around forever today, but it's Salvador Perez for me right now, man. I feel, I don't want to say I feel vindicated or anything like that, but that guy took a lot of beating from a lot of people, throughout the course of this year. Oh, Salvy's washed. It's time for him to go. And it wasn't just from Carrington and Rob. I mean, I got friends of mine texting me every day about it and talking about, maybe Salvy's been around too long. But again, the instant gratification society that we live in, we have to understand baseball is not that way. You're not going to get your instant gratification in day 1 and day 2. And sometimes it just takes a little bit longer for guys to heat up. And I look at Salvy right now, 286 home runs. He's 14 shy of 300. That for me is the number one thing now for Salvy to accomplish this year.
That's your summer watch?
Yeah, it is. Get me those 14 more home runs, dude, and get that 300 mark. And it'll be awesome when Salvador Perez is able to get to that 300 mark. And it's a shame that it's not like like a pitcher or something going for his 300th win or whatever, and you have the opportunity to know when that's going to happen and you can go to the game. Salvy, you'd love to be at that game for when he's going to hit 300 homers, but that could take place on the road. That could take place when you don't know it's going to happen. All of a sudden he gets hot or cools off or whatever the case may be. So that's what I'm most impressed with. He's 35 years old and he's still playing like a badass out there, man. And his enthusiasm, just everything that he does, his whole body of work just makes me so excited that he's heating up right now. And maybe we can put those washed conversations on the back burner and just be alongside Salvy as he has 14 more home runs to go before he hits 300. And that makes him a lock for the Hall of Fame.
No, yeah, I think he's already there, but obviously the lock is what you want to have, the comfortability to know that you can plan out a trip to Cooperstown, because I feel like that's one we'd have to go to. Yeah. I feel like that's one that's kind of like watch the guy's whole career. You covered sports radio his entire career. Yep. You want to go watch that speech. I would have loved to have been at George's. I was too young to make that trip. My dad wanted to go. We ended up going. But I feel like Salvy's is one you go to, right? Like that's like the Travis Kelce of the Royals, right?
Yeah,
he's not like Travis Kelce's a captain. That's how they do it in football. Yeah. But you've watched him come in, drafted, play, debut, finish.
We're going to be going to Canton a lot. I mean, I hate to be that guy. Like, we're going to be going to Canton a lot, but we're going to go for Mahomes. We're going to go for Kelsey. We're going to go for Andy Reid. We'll go for Brett Veach. We'll go for Clark Hunt. I mean, like Chris Jones, Harrison Butker. Maybe that's 7 guys right there. And that doesn't include maybe some of the others that possibly came before them. I don't know. Maybe. Probably not.
It's also cool. Last night it was his Superman bobblehead, and he was Superman.
And he was
night.
Superman last night. Yeah, that's the other thing that was really cool.
Because how many times you see that? It's like their bobblehead day, and they go off like Shohei Ohtani did it when it was like the dog at the park day, and then he hits like 2 home runs, but that's just like a normal day.
Yep.
Superman bobblehead last night.
It was cool. My friend Jim texted me. He goes, I wish we could have Superman bobblehead night every night for Salvy, right, to see him do what he did.
Right.
And it's cool. It's fun. It's something that I think we as a city need to be more invested. I just don't hear enough people talking about the countdown to 300 right now for Salvador Perez. And I also think
it'll start tomorrow.
Yeah, right, exactly. Countdown to 300 for Salvador Perez. Hey, that's a good idea from that guy on the radio.
Fesco had it first.
Yeah, but we're only 14 home runs away. That's a big number. It needs to be a big milestone that we talk about a lot with Salvador Perez. We get closer and closer and closer to that magic number. And I think what would help this team, a little bit, and we're talking about the Wittizens that they've got going on with the midday show. Why doesn't Salvy take Bobby and do it like he did with Lorenzo Cain? Because that helped Lorenzo Cain to get him out of his shell. I think that could help Bobby get out of his shell a little bit if Salvy starts doing that kind of stuff to him like he did to Lorenzo Cain. I think that would be a lot of fun.
I also think that win last night and the one before that, obviously the walk-off, Jack hits the fly ball to right, Garcia goes to third, then Lofton knocks him in. Then last night, Salvador Perez, 2 home runs, the go-ahead home run in the bottom of the 8th, and you win it in the 9th. You do that. Not only does that carry over to the New York series, where you had mentioned a couple of times today, they play a doubleheader. They play at 11, they play at 4, then they come to Kansas City. They'll land about 9 p.m., 10 p.m., somewhere around that time, I think.
Yeah, probably between 9 and
Upper East.
Yeah, I mean, but by the time you get to your hotel, it's after midnight. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You're going to want something to eat by the time you unwind. Like, the Royals have a great opportunity with the Mets flying in after this doubleheader to take some games from the Mets. And I do feel the Mets are a team right now that are kind of on that teeter-totter, right? If things are going great, they're front runners. The Mets are the best front runners out there. If things start to go south a little bit, they're going to give up, especially with the All-Star break coming up over the next couple of days, and they're looking forward to having 4 days off. If the Royals get a little bit of success on Friday night, that could carry all weekend long. And so if you're the Mets, I mean, the first couple of innings of Friday night could tell the whole series story, in my opinion, because I feel like the Mets are one of those teams that they're just going to say, all right, we're 53-39. It's the Royals. Screw this for the next couple of days. We got the All-Star break coming up. We'll get back after it after the break. Meanwhile, the Royals are saying, we're 2 games under 500. We need these wins. There's more of a sense of urgency for the Royals. That's why I love them in this series.
Not only that, you play the Mets tomorrow night at 7:10. Then you turn around and play a 3 o'clock game on a Saturday. It ain't going to be very cool on that game either. And then you play again at 1 o'clock. So they get in late, they play the night game, then they come back and play a midday game in the Midwest, and they play again at 1 o'clock on Sunday, and then it's the break. And if you take 2 out of 3 and win 2 games, win a sweep and go, 5-1 on a homestand and be 1 game under 500, I mean, you look a little bit past it before we go to break. You come back from the All-Star game, you go play 3 in Miami, you then play 3 in Chicago, and then you come home against the Guardians for 3. You get the Braves for 3. Then you go to Toronto, to Boston, to Minnesota. So take advantage of it while you can, because you're going to get a break, and you can start that break with a high and continue that high throughout the rest of the second half of the season.
Supposed to rain all weekend, though, too.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
70% chance tomorrow, I think I saw.
Okay.
Let me see. 35% chance tomorrow, 70% chance Saturday, 45% chance on Sunday. Highs in the mid-80s. So it could be a little bit cooler, which is good.
So go back to Love Island voting. You can go to the Fan 965 on Instagram. You can go to Twitter as well. Mac won our show's nominee, so he moves on. Drew won in dramatic fashion from their show.
I can't believe he beat out Alex Gold.
Somehow we have 6 responses, so 6 votes have been casted for Carrington, Rob, and Vern. Vern has 67%. Rob has 33%. Carrington has 0. You're listening to Fesco and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fesco and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, yesterday was one of those days that I thoroughly enjoyed because I didn't have to do anything to my lawn. But my man Jake came over yesterday from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, and I went out and had a conversation with him. I'm like, what are you doing out there today, Jake? He's like, well, we're putting down some summer fertilizer to make sure that nothing goes wrong during these hot months. It's going to keep your lawn fresh. It'll green it up a little bit more, make it look spectacular. I'm like, fantastic. You guys do what you do, because since you've taken over our lawn and our yard, it has been a wonderful experience. And then we started talking more about watering and, the guy stuff about the lawn. A couple minutes later, after Jake had already left from Aspen Lawn and Pest Control, I get a text. It's Jake. He goes, here's a couple of good sprinklers I would suggest. Here's a good timer I would suggest. Go out there and get these things that'll make your life even easier than it's already been with Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. I'm like, man, I appreciate that. You didn't have to sit there and text me all these links to all these hoses and sprayers and all this stuff that we can buy to help our lawn look even better. I was so grateful for Jake and his professionalism over at Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. And they're coming back today to put another mosquito dome over the top of our house to kill all the mosquitoes, the ticks, the fleas, to allow us to enjoy that outdoor space. And that's what I love most, sitting outside enjoying the space that we have, and no mosquitoes because of Aspen Lawn and Pest Control. And they're going to give you up to half off your first application when you mention this ad. So visit them now at aspenlawn.com. That's aspenlawn.com.
This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help this patient.
Hi, my name is John, and I've been on ED and testosterone treatment at Heartland Men's Health for the past 15 months. I could tell, I was starting to go downhill, and my wife kept telling me, well, you need to go to a clinic that'll specialize in that. And that's what eventually led me into the men's clinic here. Treatment, in my opinion, is a miracle. I was able to perform to an elevated position that, quite honestly, I never thought I'd see again. For my fellow men out there, if you're feeling that you're not up to par, I encourage you, contact Heartland Men's Health, and you will see a dramatic difference.
Thank you. It's true. Your initial appointment includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
It's time to build that dream deck over at All Weather Decks. Schedule a free estimate today at 913-206-1974 or online at allweatherdecks.net. All Weather Decks, the right deck at the right price.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half-geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall. Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Baseball season is in full swing, and that means the summer heat is coming. The guys at Climate Control have been serving KC homeowners for over 35 years and know how to get your cooling system ready to handle our scorching hot summer weather. Stay cool and comfortable this summer. Call Climate Control today at 816-265-2830 and schedule your AC system tune-up for just $59. Don't wait. Visit ClimateControlKC.com today. Climate Control Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Hey folks, I've got a couple of important questions for you. Do you know how much money you need to retire? Do you have a plan in place for your loved ones? If your answer is no, it's time to get your financial planning on track with UMB Private Wealth. It's never too late to start. Plus, their team supports you at every step of the planning process. Go to umb.com/privatewealth to schedule your appointment. That's umb.com/privatewealth. Why not start today?
Today, expect a mix of sun and scattered showers with a high of 94.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios.
A photo of the last champion from all 50 states, Nebraska, 1997.
The last champion
from Nebraska, yeah, 1997, Nebraska. Got to be the football team, right? Obviously.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Chiefs are Missouri, the Jayhawks are Kansas.
Yeah, I was trying to think like Kansas would have to be the Jayhawks from a couple of years ago.
Texas
right?
is the Rangers. Arizona's the Diamondbacks.
Are there any states that don't have somebody?
New Mexico, I think.
Is it?
It says none, and it's between Arizona and Texas. That's New Mexico, right?
Yeah. Wouldn't the Super Bowl be our last championship?
It is, yeah. Kansas City.
Kansas City. Yeah,
Missouri is
Chiefs for now.
Yeah. They're not in Kansas yet, Mac. That's
right.
still the Jayhawks there in 2022.
The Royals. So back off. What about Hawaii?
They don't have Hawaii's on there.
Alaska? What website are you on?
It's just DraftKings.
Oh, okay.
It was 12 hours ago.
Oh.
But yeah, so Wyoming's football team in 1963.
So when did Wyoming win a national championship or something, right?
Looks like it says 1943.
It has to be back then.
Yeah. Texas, the Rangers. Sorry, Jerry.
Well, I mean, everybody but the Cowboys has a claim to that.
You could assume that all the southeastern states are all college football, like
Of
Georgia,
course.
Clemson, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Ole Miss, LSU, Arkansas, and then Florida's the Panthers.
They just won. Yeah,
Back to
that's
back.
funny.
Yeah.
That's good.
Philadelphia, obviously, you damn Eagles. But no, just
What do they have for New Jersey?
Oh, I didn't look. I already lost it. Maybe. Yep, I lost it.
Oh, it has to be the Devils probably back in 97, 98, whatever that was. The last one that they won the Stanley Cup because the Nets never won anything there, and Rutgers is irrelevant. So, yeah.
There you go. So you're a little bit upset by this, that Boone is not taking Garcia. He gets passed. I know Hosmer had a tweet yesterday. It's like, how does my guy Michael Garcia not get in the All-Star game?
I got a conspiracy.
Yeah.
I got a conspiracy theory about this because they've taken every third baseman other than Michael Garcia now for the All-Star game, right? Wasn't that the guy that Jazz Chisholm was involved with a couple of months ago in the postseason, right?
And not if he tags me like that again, I'm gonna punch him in the ass and face.
Yeah. So I think it's Boone as the manager of the American League team holding a grudge, and I'm here for it because that's what makes rivalries, you know. And I really do believe that Boone is holding a grudge against Michael Garcia. That's to me what it all boils down to. Has Q been named a coach for the All-Star game?
I don't know yet.
Have we named the coaches to the All-Star game? Because there's no reason Matt Quatraro should not be in that dugout. He was a playoff manager last year.
The only thing I know is that they have, I think Boone said that your boy, I can't think of his name, the guy that was there for all those years in New York.
Joe Torre?
He's going to be like an honorable
honorary coach
manager.
Oh, that's
in
cool.
the game. So, yeah.
Okay. But we haven't seen the coach's name because a lot of times they'll take the managers from certain teams that, you know, did good a year before and kind of reward them. Q should be part of the coaching staff. And so if Boone doesn't take Michael Garcia and he doesn't take Matt Quatraro, there's a grudge there to be had. And I am here for it because we do need a rival. We need somebody to hate for a real reason, not because, you know, it was the 70s or whatever and we were told to hate the Yankees. We need a real reason. And if Boone is not picking Garcia and Q to be part of the All-Star festivities because of what happened last year, that's good because that does create that rivalry. We don't play them again, obviously, this year unless we see them somehow in the postseason. But, I mean, I like that. I like the fact that Boone's like, screw you guys, you know? And I think it's good for the game to have that.
To give you some sort of truth to your conspiracy, the person that's stepping out is, I believe, Jeremy Pena for the Astros. Their third baseman is not going to play, which is crazy that now you know why they were okay not giving Bregman the money.
Yep.
And replacing him is Zach McKinstry from the Tigers, who has a 286 batting average, 7 home runs, 28 RBI, 13 stolen bases. Hold my beer.
Okay.
Michael Garcia is hitting 305 with 40 RBI, 18 stolen bases, and 8 home runs.
Yeah. He puts up better numbers across the board than
Doesn't
Zach
make sense,
McKinstry.
yeah.
And that's why I thought yesterday, I'm like, oh, this is a great conspiracy that I've got that Boone is doing this on purpose because he doesn't like Michael Garcia.
Which makes me think that one of the coaches will be A.J. Hinch. He was the coach of the year last year, the manager of the year last year in baseball. McKinstry gets the plug.
Maybe.
How does he get that? Well,
your coaches for the All-Star game should be all the coaches who made it into the postseason last year. You led your team to the postseason. You should be a coach in the All-Star game. It should be Q. It should be A.J. Hinch. It should be Stephen Vogt. It should be the Baltimore guy, but he got fired, didn't he, already?
He's gone.
So he's gone. So you can't put him on the list. So, like, the 3 guys from the Central that were in the postseason last year should all be All-Star coaches. Did Tampa make the playoffs last year? I think they did, right? They should be, whatever teams made the playoffs, other than the guys who've been fired, those should be the All-Star coaches. But I haven't heard if Q's going to be an All-Star coach yet. And if he's not, screw you guys.
From the 816, the Royals need to embrace the no All-Star team since the commissioner had to get Bobby and Bubich in. There's a paycheck that comes though that I think that they're willing to grab. What is going on?
Yeah, I know. There's something's going on.
There's paranormal
today.
activity in here, man.
Some parts of the building are hot. Some are very cold. It's not working properly.
Did you know who Zach McKinstry was until yesterday?
Not really.
Okay.
No. I mean, I've heard the name, but I wouldn't have if you would have said who's Zach McKinstry, I would have said I don't know, an NBA player, right? I was some sort of athlete. But no, maybe I should. He's an all-star now, but now I will remember him because he is on the all-star team ahead of Michael Garcia.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I get it. Now there is something to be watching because Binkley was up in arms about this, no pun intended. But Jacob Wilson took a fastball off the wrist the other night and got taken out of the game. Looked like he was in a lot of pain. And Binkley immediately texted, he goes, Bobby might start now. He's like, Jacob Wilson hurt, not coming back.
And who was the second guy that got in?
For the All-Star game?
Yeah, shortstop. Because whoever the backup was that was voted, he'll probably be the starter if Jacob Wilson can't play.
Okay.
Because Bobby was that commissioner's exemption thing. Again, it took the commissioner of baseball to get Bobby Witt on the All-Star team. It wasn't Boone.
No. And then we're going to see ABS in the All-Star game, which I think is awesome. I think that's fun. I think that's great. We're going to everybody's going to get to see it because people will say that they're not going to watch the All-Star game. Come on. There's nothing else to watch,
Look,
man.
First of all, yeah, there's nothing else that's going to be on that night. But baseball's gotten such a renaissance, and the TV ratings have been huge. The games are fast. They're not boring anymore. There's a lot of stars that are playing right now that people want to see. Baseball's in a great spot where they are right now. So I'm hoping the All-Star game, which has already sold out advertising dollars. It sold out at the beginning of June of ads. There's going to be 80 commercials in the All-Star game, not including pitching changes. Not including like the reviews and things like that. So think about that. At $750,000 to $800,000 a 30-second spot Fox is getting. They sold out at the beginning of June, which was the soonest the All-Star game has ever sold out from a commercial standpoint of inventory. They're usually going up to the last day or something trying to peddle this stuff, right? So it tells you where the interest in baseball is. So I think there's going to be a huge audience on Tuesday night. I think it's going to be one of their best games ever from a numbers standpoint because people are back and they're interested in baseball again. It's trending that way. And so you get the opportunity in front of a huge audience on national TV as a standalone game to expose every baseball fan finally to this ABS that you got a chance to see it in the minor leagues. I got a chance to see it in spring training. You and I talking about it kind of like, talking about Babe the Blue Ox here, this mythical thing that's going on in baseball. Tuesday night, the myth becomes reality. And fans are going to watch that on Tuesday night, and the first challenge that they see, they're going to go, holy crap, I missed the challenge because it happened so fast. And you get the call correct. And it happens. It's not one of these NFL challenges where you got time to go get a soda and take a dump or something like that. You got the opportunity to basically blink, and the challenge is over when it comes to this ABS stuff. And so I think it's just another brilliant move by Major League Baseball to say, the players may be bitching about this, but we're going to roll it out in the All-Star game, and the fans are going to love it. And now there's peer pressure on the players to say, fans love this, and I hate to tell the players this, the game ain't about you, pal. It's about the fans and what the paying customers want. And if the paying customers want this, which I think they will after they see it, sorry, players, you got no choice.
I know this is going to be a weird kind of like a comp or maybe like an analogy or a metaphor, whatever you want to call it, about how, when the people ask for something and they like it and you see the results, obviously we will look Wednesday for the show, what the results were for the viewing numbers of the All-Star game, right?
Yeah.
And then they know that if they put this in there with a high amount of volume, like you had mentioned just there, that will be the talking point. Like, oh, that strikeout call that they thought was a ball in the 6th inning to Bryce Harper, whoever, whatever it may be.
Because there will be a moment like that.
100%. You just can't make those things up. Right. And then you see that, like, oh, this worked. We got enough on it. You go look at McDonald's, right? I know, corporate America, whatever. They gave the people what's something that you want to see McDonald's bring back. They said, bring back the snack wrap. You know what McDonald's signs say today at some locations? Snack wrap is back. You won. We'll see what McDonald's stock is. I know it's always up there, but I wonder what the peak is as of today where those snack wraps come out, because there's people out there. I'm going to go to get it just to see what they taste like, to have some sort of content for the show tomorrow as well. But the fact that they're putting signs up saying you win, people like to see that.
Yeah.
And when you see that people like the pitch clock, people like the runner on second and extra innings so they don't have to watch 19 innings of baseball, you're always going to have people that are going to say, I don't really care for it. Q, the manager of the Royals, does not like it.
Yeah, well, he's there in the dugout. He's got no choice.
Right. So, and that's what he said. He's like, well, it doesn't matter to me. It's like what they're going to do. But like baseball, original argument from 2 years ago. This sport is too long. It's boring. It goes too late into the night with extra innings. What do? Oh, the people ask. That's what the people want. Now baseball games go 2.5 hours. That's the way it goes.
It's amazing when you start to listen to your customers, too, and how things change, because I think we're starting to see a lot of that in sports right now. And I think what sports is starting to realize is that they are one of a million different entertainment options that are available to the American public at any time right now. This is no longer the 1960s where have game, put it on TV, people will watch. We're long past those days. And I think baseball and football and all the sports maybe been a little bit slower to the party. But you mentioned the McDonald's thing. I'll take you one step further. You know who else has done a great job in that? The Washington football team and their new ownership and listening to their fans and what they wanted. And they brought them back to Washington, D.C. They brought back the Redskin uniforms. They're all but the Redskins again. They're giving the fans and that community what they want. And when you give the customers what they ask for, they'll be loyal customers and they'll come back again. And that's why I look at these entitled baseball players a lot. And I use Whit Merrifield as the example all the time because he just fits the mold. Quit your bitching. Quit your complaining. I don't care what the players think about any of this stuff. It's not about the players anymore. It's about the fans. And if the fans aren't there, the players ain't going to be there.
The other argument that I don't want to hear is that people are saying, well, now we're going to have robot umps. What's next? Savannah Banana Baseball is going to join the MLB. What a joke. Robot umps. What's next? Robot players. So let me ask you this. When they introduced the challenge in the NFL, do you think you're going to have robot refs? Because last I checked, the Hockey League kids still out there. All these guys are still refereeing the game. They're just being assisted by more in-depth technology to make sure the game is actually played right. And there's still people that bitch and moan about the refs of the NFL. They still think that Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes have them on speed dial.
Right.
Is speed dial still a thing? I don't think so. But again, it's an advancement in technology to make the game better. They're not going to get rid of umpires. They're just going to add a system in which you can see if it is a ball or a strike.
Well, you have Rosie from the Jetsons back there. I mean, what happens when an umpire melts down or something like that in short circuits?
And it's not robot umps. It's replay. We have it now in baseball, right? Was the ball fair or foul? Foul. Okay, you can challenge that.
Yeah.
They challenged the other night. There was, I think it was, what was it, catcher's interference?
That's right, the catcher. How big was that?
And then Lofton hits the home run.
Right.
If that's not reviewed.
And don't sit here and tell me you don't want replay or we just benefited from. We don't win that game.
Yeah. I'm not going to watch the MLB All-Star game. I'm going to watch the WNBA. Cool.
Good for you.
Yeah, it is cool. WNBA is definitely better to watch than baseball. That's like your opinion, man.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm glad you're watching it.
Good.
Enjoy it.
Yeah.
And don't you dare switch over to that All-Star game because they're bringing back the actual unis.
That's right. And that's the other thing. They listened again to the fans. The fans wanted the team uniforms. What did Major League Baseball do? They give the fans what they wanted. That's why I said Roger Goodell, but Rob Manfred, he's on the come as the commissioner right now. Like, he's doing what the fans want. And I know that rubs people in the game the wrong way. But again, you're not the game. The game is about what the fans want. And when the fans get what they want, they'll spend more money, and in turn, you'll make more money. So just reward the fans, give the fans what they want, and just accept what it is.
Do you think the people want this guy back?
I leave it to the hands of my agents and, obviously the front office staff of the Chiefs are elite. And, at the end of the day, I just let them take care of it. I just have to focus on being the best version of myself, being the best football player, and being prepared for training camp because St. Joe's is around the corner. That's going to be we don't want to talk about that right now.
No doubt. That's Trey Smith on Up at Adams with Kay Adams talking about his contract extension. Do you think the majority of Chiefs fans want to see him get a big contract?
Yes.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why?
I think so.
Because he's a protector of the quarterback as the
And he's been
billion-dollar
great.
athlete?
Yeah, and he's been really good.
No, I disagree with all of that. For me personally, I think because of all the medical stuff and how he had to battle and fight and prove himself, and he did just that, that's like all of us, man. Like throughout all of our lives, we've had to battle and prove, and show everybody that we had the capabilities of doing something. That son of a gun was doubted. Most teams told him he would never play in the NFL. And that's part of the reason why I want him to get paid, because that guy went out there, proved everybody wrong, went in the 6th round, earned every damn dime that he's earned, and has become one of the best guards in the NFL. That's part of the reason why I think he should get paid as well, because he's earned it, and he's shown that, staying with it, sticking to it, not listening to what people are telling you, that benefits. And he was a 6th-round draft pick. He could have been bitter. He could have been upset. He could have had his head down. He could have pouted. He came in here and started from the minute he put a helmet on and dominated from the minute he put a helmet on.
Where did he play college football at, Mac?
Tennessee, baby. I was at his pro day. Interviewed him that day. Had his head up on that day as well. He's very positive, which there were about no scouts in the room because it was Tennessee football at the time.
Everybody missed him, and Brett didn't.
And Brett didn't. I mean, and look, and I obviously have a personal relationship with Trey and done a lot of stuff away from football and that kind of stuff with him. Just an unbelievable human being. So I'm biased into all of this, right? I've got a personal bias towards Trey Smith, and I know what a wonderful guy he is. I know what a wonderful person he can be to have an impact on the Kansas City community for a long time, and he's a hell of a football player. He's the perfect package of a guy that you want on your football team. We got a lot of those dudes here in Kansas City right now.
I just like the aspect of, like, if I don't have to worry. Because what's the one thing we all worried about last year towards the end of the season? The offensive line.
Oh, yeah, left tackle.
If you don't have to worry about the offensive line, that is a huge goal in the football season. Like, you can just let that trench of protection stay put. And obviously we'll get into some audio on the other side of the break with what Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce and Matt Nagy had to say about Josh Simmons, who's the left tackle of the future, we'd hope. But you think about that. You put Trey and Creed together, and then you bring in, you have Juwan Taylor this year. You have a new rookie and a signed guy and a guy that came back last year to try and left tackle and didn't work out in Suamatia.
Yep.
And you have these two veterans that have locked in and have paid and played the way that they have in this organization. That builds that chemistry on that line. And that is like your original band of brothers in football. Is your offensive line. Those guys are the ones that go out there, and they're in the middle of it. They're the dog fighters. And when you have a guy out there that shows you that he wants to be a leader, wants to stay here, that spreads like wildfire across that offensive line. And if you have a stable offensive line with Patrick Mahomes who's getting older, whether you want to believe it or not, that's going to make this team better in the future. And that's why you look at these things and where these pieces are. Who's a better mentor for a guy like Josh Simmons? Trey Smith, or as a guy that you go sign as a free agent that's never been in Kansas City before?
Well, and I also think, too, with the offensive line, like, I'm over the point of wondering about this offensive line all the time. Like, I need to get past that kind of stuff. And that's where the Josh Simmons of the world come in and Trey Smith getting signed long-term. Like, I think the Chiefs are to that point as well, where they're like, all right, we're tired of having this unsettledness along the offensive line. Let's stabilize this thing. Let's just slow down a minute. Stabilize this offensive line. We've got the center signed up for good. We've got the left tackle we just drafted. We'll get the right guard signed. We're going to stabilize this whole offensive line and give Patrick Mahomes a line that he can play behind that is stability for the next 3 or 4 years. Obviously, there's going to be changes. It happens all the time, in football. But if you can find an offensive line that can be together as a cohesive unit for the next 3 or 4 years and we don't have to worry about it, then you can focus on other positions too. There's been a lot of focus on the offensive line recently.
Yeah, we've seen Mahomes and Steph Curry be compared their whole careers, and we've seen Steph Curry without Draymond Green when he's hurt or whatever. Still great. Best shooter of all time, right? We've seen Mahomes without a great offensive line these last couple of years. Still great, right? Won a Super Bowl. Didn't win last year's, but was able to get there, right? Was able to get on that mountaintop. But when he has that offensive line, it's next level. It's pretty much unbeatable. You don't know what to do. Defensive coordinators are smacking their heads and just going, what am I doing? Ripping their hair out. Same thing. Steph Curry, he actually gets a guy who can set a screen, give him some protection, give him some time to get his shot set. It's going to go in the hoop every time. That's what Mahomes didn't have last year. That time to just look at the defense, dissect everyone, like we talked about yesterday, roll out to the right, sort of casually, leisurely, kind of bouncing up and down and just ready to boop over the top.
And I think a lot of times in sports, we forget that these are team games, and we always want to put the blame on the shooter or the blame on the quarterback or the blame on the pitcher or the blame on the shortstop or, the goalie in hockey, whatever the case may be. It's easy. That's kind of the low-hanging fruit of all of this. But that analogy that you just used with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, that was good. I learned something on that, and I thought that was kind of cool to see. Okay, Draymond's the guy out there setting all the screens, doing all the dirty work so Steph can make the shots. Steph's good, but everybody, no matter how good they are, whatever it is that they do, they need help along the way.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully your biggest issue on your offensive line next year is how to replace Juwan Taylor at right tackle.
And then maybe you move the kid they signed from Jalen Moore over.
Yep, that's the solution to me.
Yeah.
It's already there.
I think you're right.
Already thought ahead.
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly because people will say, "Why did you draft the left tackle when you signed Jalen Moore?" Well, because Juwan Taylor's coming due at the end of this season. Not bringing him back. Jalen Moore can go to the other side. Josh Simmons can play left tackle, and now we're ready to go.
Talk to you later.
Living here in Refuge Town.
I mean, it's brilliant. He's brilliant, man. He really is.
I have some evidence that maybe LeBron won't be a Laker next year. I'll get to that. Plus what the new Heights guy and Matt Nagy had to say about the new number 1 pick for the Chiefs, Josh Simmons. On the other side here, 96.5 The Fan, your home, Kansas City Sports.
Hey, it's Bobby Witt Jr., and you're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball, 96.5 The Fan.
Ring the bell. We've done it again. Golden Oak Lending has lowered rates to 4.875 fixed. Lower your monthly payment, get cash out, pay off credit cards, and best of all, make no mortgage payments for 2 months. Lock in this incredible 4.875 rate and get your cash in as little as 14 days. Call 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing cured my blues.
5.81 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
You want to see the ring? Here, I have a picture. Wow, look at you. I know, right? Went to Hellsberg and customized the whole thing. Oh, yeah? Yeah, well, I showed them all our inspiration photos, picked the setting, the diamond. It's actually pretty fun. Now for the real hard part, asking her.
Well, congrats, buddy. The ring looks awesome.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
You know the national parks, but you may not know that they're supported by a strong foundation. A foundation for the future. We are the National Park Foundation. And together with your support, we are building a bold future where national parks are vibrant, protected, and welcoming. Today, tomorrow, forever. Learn more at nationalparks.org/foundation.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
At CertaPro Painters, we know that a happy place comes in many colors, like ones that inspire a sense of wonder, or a new flavor that makes life just a little bit sweeter, or one to celebrate those moments that lift you to new heights. With thousands of 5-star reviews, you can trust us to bring happiness home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisement. Past results afford no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own merits.
After my car wreck, there was a lot I didn't know.
I do know. My team knows injury law. We can help you understand all of your legal rights so that you don't get cheated.
DM Law knew what to do and got me $350,000.
Mike's got this.
If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Hey there, Royals fans. We've got more ways to watch your boys in blue this season than ever before with FanDuel Sports Network. Subscribe directly to FanDuel Sports Network to stream all the action. Or, new this season, Royals Baseball is now available on Amazon Prime Video as an add-on subscription. You can also access FanDuel Sports Network through TV providers like DirecTV, Spectrum, Xfinity, Fubo, and more. Visit Royals.com/TV to learn more.
Fesco and Dusty on a Thursday. Tomorrow, the greatest day of the week, Friday. Gotta love it.
What if you just lived Friday every day, but every day was Friday? No, I'm just saying it was just Friday, but there was never a Saturday. It was just Friday. Would you think the same way?
No,
exactly.
No. That is a news segment that we'll be bringing to the airwaves in August called Garage Talk.
That's right.
Sponsored by no one, but somebody could step up. LeBron James, man, right? We love the NBA offseason. LeBron James, maybe a little petty, maybe a little drama, always, right, around LeBron. DeAndre Ayton was on a radio program. Let me see. I don't know what it was. Looks like it was like ESPN Radio. And their newly acquired center, big piece of their team, I would think, DeAndre Ayton, right? Had this to say.
Hey, DeAndre, have you spoken to LeBron? Have you spoken to Luka?
Not really yet, but I've definitely got a text from Luka. I know how the offseason goes. This is not my first rodeo. People are probably busy and, training and having times with their families, but I'm just waiting. I'm just really just trying to integrate myself with the team and get to know everybody.
DeAndre waiting on LeBron to call or send him a text. So, nothing yet.
Did he reach out to LeBron?
Does he have to?
Does LeBron have to reach out to him? I mean,
would think that if you're the face of the team, you'd be like, hey, man, welcome to I guarantee you as soon as somebody's drafted and they go through the phone calls from like Veach and Donovan and Clark and Andy, that Mahomes like, welcome to the team. Let's
you can't compare everybody to Patrick.
Everybody else does. Everybody else does.
I mean, Patrick does everything that everybody should be doing, right?
He should text DeAndre Ayton, though.
Yeah, he should. Like, hey, welcome.
Texted Luka.
Yeah, welcome to the team or something. Yeah, texted Luka with a winking emoji the day before or something like that.
I guess DeAndre was in a submarine when he made that phone call.
Yeah, where the hell? I was going to ask you. He's in bed.
On a phone in the video. Like he's literally like.
Oh, there's video of this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because
it sounded like phone. It sounded like he had just woke up, forgot the interview was taking place, and he's 100%. In his sheets, and he's like just kind of lying there, But honestly, is there any more athlete, more thin-skinned than the NBA player?
Wide receiver?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's up there. It's a good one.
Wide receiver, cornerback.
Yeah, but basketball players, man, they're
so thin-skinned, man. Like, LeBron hasn't texted me yet. Okay, reach out to him then.
He's too busy playing golf.
His kid's playing against Cooper today.
Mm-hmm. He's busy. LeBron's in Vegas.
Hell yes, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure he's in Vegas.
His son's there to play against Cooper American flag.
Yeah.
LeBron does not want to be in LA anymore. He's pretty much made that
clear.
Did
he ever want to be in LA?
I think 7 years.
Or did he feel like it was a forced profit?
I don't know. He's all about
he's
branding.
The movies and the branding and all that kind of stuff.
That. Yeah. So there's always that in his decision making.
Was Kobe alive when he went to LA?
No,
because he was in the bubble.
He's been there for 8 years.
Yeah,
the bubble was right 19? After Kobe died. Kobe died January of 2020.
But he's been there for this would be his 7th or 8th season.
No, he didn't play with Kobe.
No, not with Kobe, but
Kobe
while
was
Kobe.
alive.
No.
Oh, while he was my bad.
Because I didn't know if he went to LA to like be the next face of the Lakers because like part of the passing. But I guess he was there before them.
Yeah, he was there before.
I don't know ball, so.
No, I don't know. I mean, Lakers storied franchise. They needed a title they hadn't won in a while. The whole story was there. He got the title. He's now another savior.
Yeah, title-ish.
I agree.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's funny how Ben Maller will spin it because he's a Dodger fan and a Clipper fan, right? The Dodgers won the World Series that year. He goes, that's the hardest World Series you ever have to win. He goes, it's a 60-game sprint. They're used to a 162-game relaxation period. And so he credits the Dodgers for winning, but not the Lakers.
Not the Lakers. Oh, that coincidence.
I don't think the bubble championships really count. I mean, they are what they are, and you won your trophy, and they gave us what we needed at that time.
both LA teams won in the bubble.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, but
Tampa Bay won a Super Bowl and it was at their stadium with cardboard fans.
With cardboard fans. Who won the hockey chant? Did they do the Stanley Cup that year? I don't know if they did or not. I can't remember now.
I bet Speck knows.
That's probably the year the Capitals won or something.
I asked him if he had any summer chick outfit, and he said, "I have no summer chick."
I can't wait to see what he's wearing tonight.
Oh yeah, the Lightning. They were on their little run there.
So Tampa Bay, LA. Coincidence?
That's interesting. I didn't even put that together. Wow.
Yeah, that is nuts. No, but LeBron's opted into this player option of $56 million, but then all of a sudden is saying, I want to win rings, but rings aren't what you're supposed to judge players on, but he wants one of them, and he wants to leave LA, but he wants to stay in LA. He's all over the place, dude.
Yeah, he really is.
It's so annoying.
But he also does it because he's a narcissist as well. He's Aaron Rodgers, but he's not as Aaron Rodgers is a jerk. Right? Nobody likes Aaron Rodgers. I don't find LeBron that way. The only NBA player jersey I've ever owned is LeBron James.
Oh, nice.
And so I understand why people don't like him because of the decision, and he's good at what he does, and he's successful, and he gives back and why people don't like LeBron James is beyond me. But I understand he's a narcissist, right? And so he always has to be in the middle. The guy tried to claim he invented Taco Tuesday, for God's sake.
Yes.
Okay? Some bar in Jersey invented it back in the 70s. Okay? It wasn't LeBron who invented Taco Tuesday, but that's the type of guy he is. He tries to, be involved in everything. So when he's doing all of this, it's just his way of inserting himself into the story.
Somebody in the text line says he went there because his son could finish school where they were at. I mean, I guess that's probably a tea leaf of that.
Yeah,
story.
his family. Yeah, it's probably What is this 623 guy saying about me, Dusty? I'm backtracking. I'm confused.
He says you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
LeBron hasn't made any statements about leaving the Lakers. Where does this dude get his sources from? Now Max backtracking.
Man, my fault. Didn't realize that. Sources. Didn't realize I said he made any statements.
Every year that ends, we wonder what LeBron's going to do. We've been doing this for a decade now.
Yep. DeAndre Ayton, not DeAndre Statement.
Yes, exactly.
You can't win them every day, right?
Yeah, but I guess I just don't understand why anybody would think this is par for the course with LeBron. Mm-hmm. Ever since the decision, he's in the news all the time for no reason. He inserts himself and puts himself into that category. It's like, when a guy like Aaron Rodgers says, stop talking about me, well, stop doing stuff to give us reasons to talk about you.
Do you know that SNL skit with Kristen Wiig when she's like, don't make me sing.
Yeah,
don't make me sing. And then it's LeBron.
Yeah.
Stop talking about me, but talk about me.
Yeah.
Don't talk about me.
That's 100%. It's him and Aaron Rodgers are the same person with that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But again, I don't like Aaron Rodgers. I love LeBron, always have. But I don't like Aaron Rodgers at all. There's nothing likable about that guy. There's a lot likable about LeBron. But he does have that narcissistic side, which also drives him to be the greatest basketball player that this generation has ever seen.
Maybe the greatest athlete ever. Yeah.
You might like hearing this from what Matt Nagy had to say with the New Heights brothers.
I got to ask you, offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
You drafted Josh Simmons. This kid looks incredible. Looked incredible at Ohio State. What do you think he'll bring once he's fully back and healthy?
Yeah, I really love his athleticism. You're right. I mean, his ability to really show his strength and athleticism on the edge, one-on-one, being able to recover if he gets beat. I mean, it's rare.
Dude, it was like flashes of like Jason Peters, like Trent Williams type of movement and bending and redirecting. I agree, 100%. Yeah,
agree, man. He's gonna really put it together, and I think like right now, just Jace, as you know, man, just kind of understanding the calls and all the different calls you can have at the line of scrimmage when you're going to, squeeze and, different.
That's what the guard's for. He's got to block the man Mountain Dean on the end. The guard could tell him, hey.
That's right. That's right. So he's really, really been locked in, though. It's been great to see him like in meetings and out of practice. He's almost sometimes a little bit too serious because he's really locked in. It's good to see.
Sounds like a bunch of green flags for me.
Yeah, let's go.
You know what I mean?
Nagy's such a G, dude. Too.
Yeah, he's awesome. The guy's so cool. Damn.
He's so relatable.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, the story with him, he was selling real estate. And Brett Veach went to Andy and said, hey, let's give this guy an opportunity to be a volunteer assistant.
Wow.
and then the rest is history.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Hey, you got a good teammate in college. You form friendships along the way, right? He's now a grunt for the Eagles. Hey, you want to be a free grunt for the Eagles and give up your real estate license and do this? Sure. Here we are.
Give it a shot.
Yeah.
Hello, America.
That's the American dream right there, baby. I know that I'm hard. I'll tell you that right now.
His 80th birthday's coming up here pretty quick.
What are we going to do for
I don't know.
him?
I just got a text. A lot of people are wanting to know what we're doing for the
Thank you.
the birthday party for him. I don't know. I was thinking we just run out the sand trap and throw him and Maloney in a cage match.
So I was just always so hammered, I don't remember anybody else drinking.
That was
that game last night really pissed me off, to be honest with you.
That's right. Hey, tomorrow we'll ask a question about Josh Simmons, so you get a little tease for tomorrow's show on a Friday. But go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. It is simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay safe, stay kind, stay groovy. It's Cody Golden Drew. The Winnisons coming up next from 10 to 2 on 96.5 The Fan. We'll talk to you tomorrow.